u gereed, mevrouw Kronje?
I think counsel of Kate Gomez Zulu for accused number 1 and 2 has wrapped up his cross-examination of the witness.
Yes.
It's a 10 of 5 Kate Gomez now.
Okay, thanks. U was nog onder eer, mevrouw Kronje. Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
The court, man, I don't have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mnisi. Mr. Ngumalo.
This is the court, my lord. I don't have any questions to this
Thank you,
witness.
Ms. Mshodoro.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Kronya, I just have a few questions on the document that you completed. On the first page, wherein you wrote and remarked that Sergeant V. Mohane, accompanied by heavily aimed Metro police officials. You see that note?
Correct.
By heavily armed, yes, thank you. So it means the accused at the time when he was brought to you, he was brought by heavily armed police officials.
Metro police beamptes is correct.
Metro police officers, you are correct. Metro police.
Okay. And from your experience, you've said you have done more than 50, you have taken more than 50 statements. Am I correct?
Ek het gesê ongeveer 50 bekentenisse.
I said approximately 50 confessions. Ngithe ungaba ke ama confessions awu 50 ke engisengiwenzile.
Okay. Out of those statements that we have taken, have you come across with a person who has been brought by Metro police officers, or a person will be brought by SAPS members?
Ek het wel gekry dat polisielede hulle bring.
I have encountered yes that police officers bring them. Seke kwenzeka noma ngahlangana nokuthi belethwa amaphoyisa.
Yes. Will those police be heavily armed as well?
Hierdie was die eerste geval waar ek in basis van buite af inkom in 'n kantoor in.
Okay. This was the first instance where I would come from outside and walk into an office. Kwakuyihlandla lokuqala ke lelo ukuthi ngikuye noma ngisuke ngaphandle ngingena ngaphakathi ehhovisi. Yes.
Vir 'n bekentenis.
For a confession ukuthi ke ngizokwenza istatement deke.
Met die ander gevalle was ek reeds in my kantoor gewees en is die persoon na my toe gebring. So ek weet nie in watter omstandighede hulle gebring is nie. Die polisiebeampte wat hom bring kom wel saam met hom in om sy besonderhede vir my te gee.
Then I would be in the office, the person would be brought to me, so I wouldn't know the circumstances under which that person or persons would be brought, but the police officer accompanying that person would come into the office with the person. Amahlandla ke noma ke kwamanye amahlandla ke bese ngishilo ukuthi kwakuyihlandla loqala leli ukuthi ngisuke ngaphandle ngibone okwenzekayo. Amahlandla ke amaningi ke bengibase office lami umuntu alethwe ke ukuthi ke ulethwa ngaphansi kweziphi ke izimo angikwazi lokho bekungena iphoyisa elihamba naye noma elimkhaphayo.
Gemelde polisiebeampte wat die persoon wat die bekentenis af wil lê ingebring het in die kantoor en sy besonderhede verskaf het, dan verlaat hy die kantoor.
Soon after, the police officer who accompanies the person who comes to make a confession brought the person in, gives me his particulars, that person or that police officer would then leave the office. Bese kuthi ke uma ngaba iphoyisa lelo elimkhaphileke noma elimlethile bese limngenisile ngaphakathi la ngingeza imininingwane yalo bese liyaphuma ke e-office.
Okay, so this was the first incident that you witnessed. This was the first incident that you witnessed or that you came across with from your experience, to see an accused person being brought by heavily armed police officials.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Uyiqiniseke lokho ukuthi kwakuyihlandla lokuqala ke ukuthi ngiziboneleke umuntu ukuthi ulethwe kanjani noma ke uhamba amaphoyisa ayinqwaba futhi ahlomile.
And when you requested for their appointment certificate, they disappeared.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniseke nokuthi uma sengifuna ke i-certificate zabo ke zomsebenzi base beyaduka.
And no one could give you the reason why they ran away when you
Did they run
asked.
away?
Can I just rephrase, my lord?
Yes.
And no one told you the reason why they decided to leave when you have instructed them to give you their appointment certificates.
Nee.
No, akekho ke futhi noma nginikeza ukuthi base beyahamba ke noma benyamalala ke uma sengifuna ke i-certificate zabo zokusebenza noma zomsebenzi.
But they defied your instruction.
Dis korrek.
Am I correct?
Is reg.
You are right. Yebo ke kuyiqiniseke ukuthi ke lokho mina ke engangicelile noma ngangithiwa mawakwenze abakwenzanga.
Okay. And when they left, you do not know where did they go to, whether they left the building or whether they went out of the building. The premises, I mean the premises of the magistrate office.
Is korrek.
You are correct. Uqiniseke ukuthi uma bephuma ke angazi noma bahamba bashiya ibhilidi noma babese khona ke lapho emagcekeni enkantolo.
Okay. Let's move on, Mr. Cronje, to the particulars of the so alleged attorney who represented accused number 2. You have testified that you did not make a copy of the certificate, fidelity certificate. Am I correct?
Dis korrek.
Okay.
That is correct. Ngishilo ke ukuthi ke i-copy ye-certificate lesiya salo owayethi ummeli angizange ngisenze.
Having failed to do that, did you ask from which law firm was he coming from? Was it an attorney or was it an advocate?
Ek het nie gevra nie. Dit was 'n prokureur gewees sover my kennis strek en die Fidelity Fund sertifikaat is aanduidend vir my dat hy vir sy eie trust rekening praktiseer.
I did not ask. He was an attorney as far as my recollection goes. And the Fidelity Fund certificate was then indicative that he was responsible for his own trust. Angizange ngibuzeke nokuthi ukuthi ubuya kuyiphi ke ifirm noma ke ihhovisi labameli futhi ke nalana i-certificate lesi ke siyasho ke ukuthi ke usebenzela noma kwakuyi-trust eyakhe ke.
Okay, so we're not sure whether he was a practicing advocate or practicing attorney. Am I correct?
Ek het nie verder daarop ingegaan nie. U is korrek.
You are correct. I didn't go further into that. Consider angizange ngijuleke noma ngene kabanzi ke leyo mininingwane.
Okay. And you also did not ask any mandate, written mandate, for him to be able to present the accused that was before you. You did not ask that.
Nee, want die deposant het vir my aangedui dit is sy prokureur wie hy aangestel het en met wie hy gekonsulteer het en dit is ook bevestig deur hierdie meneer Mjiako dat hy aangestel is deur meneer Ntanzi dat hy met hom gekonsulteer het en dat hy hom verteenwoordig.
No.
So ek het nie verder daarop ingegaan.
No, I didn't, because the deponent confirmed to me or told me that that was his attorney that he had appointed, that he had consulted with, and it was also confirmed that by this Mr. Mjiako that he had been instructed or appointed and also consulted.
Besides being confirmed by the
Sorry,
accused.
sorry, sorry.
Oh, sorry, my lord.
Sorry. Lana ke angizange okwenzeka la ukuthi ke yena ke umnumzana uNtanzi ke uyena wangitshela ukuthi ummeli wakhe ke lona amqoka nokuthi asifuthi asekhulumile ke naye ke uMjiyako wase eyakuvuma ke lokuthi ngempela ke umele yena ke futhi uconsultile naye.
No, besides what was said by the accused, Ms. Cronje, I'm just asking if you, as an officer of the court, did ask the attorney for the mandate to represent the accused.
Ek het nie gevra of hy 'n mandaat gekry het van enigiemand anders nie. Hy het wel net aangedui dat hy wel aangestel is, dat hy instruksies ontvang het en dat hy wel behoorlik gekonsulteer het en hy het aangedui dat dit van meneer Ntanzi kom?
I did not ask him for any mandate coming from any person. He just confirmed that indeed he was appointed and that he had thoroughly consulted with Mr. Ntanzi. Angibuzanga-ke noma ngiceleke incwadi-ke eshoyo noma ekhombisayo-ke ukuthi ngempela-ke uqokiwe uyena ummeli, kodwa-ke nje ngamkela-ke lokho akushoyo ukuthi impela-ke utholile-ke instruction yokuthi amele uMr. Ntanzi nokuthi-ke usekhulume xoxile naye lokhu kubizwa ukuthi u-consult.
When you had been given the document by the other magistrates and you went inside into your office to take this statement, why was it necessary to allow the other 2 police officers to enter inside the room where you were taking this statement?
U sal onthou dat toe ek aangekom het, meneer Liesering genader het. Hy was op daai stadium onbekend aan my en gevra het vir die aanstellingssertifikate van almal teenwoordig.
You will recall that as I came, I then approached Mr. Liesering, who was at that particular time unknown to me, and requested the appointment certificates of everyone that was present there. Uzokhumbula-ke ukuthi inkathi ngifika lapho ngaya-ke ku-Liesering engangingamazi ngaleso sikhathi, ngase ngicela-ke ama-certificate noma appointment certificate ayena wonke umuntu owayekhona lapho.
Dis nie op aan my verskaf op daai stadium nie en ek is in die kantoor in.
It was not provided to me at that point in time. I then went into the office. Kodwa-ke angikunikezwanga lokho ngaleso sikhathi, ngase ngena ngaphakathi ehhovisi.
Toe hulle ingekom het ons nog nie begin nie en die doel was om aan my die kopieë te verskaf van daai 2 aanstellingssertifikate van meneer Liesering en meneer, ekskuus ek moet nie kyk, meneer Jonathan.
When they entered at that time, we hadn't started, and the reason for them coming in, it was to provide me with those 2 copies of the appointment certificate of Mr. Liesering as well as with Mr. Jonathan. Nkathi bengena-ke sasingekaqali ngalutho, futhi-ke uma bangena-ke bezonginikeza-ke amakhophi alezo certificate-ke zakhe uLiesering kanye noJonathan.
Okay. I listened to the record and specifically to the questions that were asked by my learned colleague, Mr. Advocate Mngomezulu, regarding the constitutional rights of the accused. Do you still remember that?
Kan jy net spesifiseer ten opsigte van watse konstitusionele regte, want ek is gevra op verskeie van dit?
Can you just be specific as to which one, because I was asked about a few or quite a few of them.
Yeah, the right to be taken to court within 48 hours. You remember those rights?
Ek onthou,
I remember,
Yes, the right to remain silent.
ek onthou.
I remember.
And the rest of the constitutional rights that were put to you on Friday. Or do you want me to ask you if you did explain the constitutional rights of the accused? I don't want to go back, wherein we have already answered.
Wel, u moet net asseblief spesifiek wees aan die verwys na die konstitusionele regte waaroor ek gevra is, sodat ek net die vraag kan volg.
Just for me to be
en
able,
korrek kan antwoord.
just for me to be able to follow your question and to answer you correctly, you just have to be specific.
Die konstitusionele regte wat ek wel verduidelik het, is op die dokument gemerk JJ.
The constitutional rights which I inquired about or which I asked about are on the document exhibit JJ. Lana-ke engabuza ngawo-ke mina-ke amalungelo ngokomthethosisekelo akhona-ke kule document eku-JJ, kuzofanele nje uqonde ukuthi ukhuluma ngaliphi noma ngawaphi.
The right to be taken to court within 48 hours. Do you know that right? Have you heard about that right?
Natuurlik.
Of course, yebo-ke ngengezwa-ke ngalelo lungelo ukuthi-ke kwisikhathi-ke samahora o-48 kufanele umuntu asiwe enkantolo.
Did you explain that to him?
Ek het hom nie pertinent sy aandag daarop gebring nie.
I didn't pertinently bring his attention to that specific aspect. Kuwukuthi-ke ngamtshela-ke ngokuqondile-ke mayelana nalelo ilungelo.
Okay. Thank you for that concession. Now, the reason why I'm picking that one, it's because from this pro forma, you recorded that accused number 2 reported to you that he has been detained from the 16th until the 24th, or until the day when he appeared before you.
Dis
Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yebo ke kubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi waboshwa ke ziwu-16 kwaze kwayileliya langa ke lange-24 alethwa ngalo kumina.
And if you can just refresh your memory, he even said, in other words, he was reporting to you that he has not been taken to court. Did you listen to that?
Hy het gesê hy is op die 16de gearresteer. As ek net gou na my notas toe kan gaan op hierdie
If I can just
bewysstuk.
If I can just go to my notes on this exhibit, he said he was arrested on the 16th. Wathi ke waboshwa
Sorry, can you give us the paragraph?
Paragraaf 9 op bladsy 4.
Paragraph 9 of page 4. Paragraph
Okay.
9 ke lawo ka page 4.
Yes, you can respond.
Hy het gesê hy is op die 16de gearresteer. Hy het geen vooruitgang gesien nie. Ek gaan net aanhaal hier wat hy hier in Engels aan my meegedeel het. I saw no progress. I didn't see or understand what was going on. I didn't understand when I was supposed to appear in court. I know I was arrested. If one is arrested, they have to appear in court. I decided I want to come to court and I called my attorney and told him I wanted to come to court.
Ngangingazi,
Unquote.
sorry, ngangingazi noma ngaboshwa angiqale lapho. Ngaboshwa ke ziwu-16. Ngabona ke nginanqibekela phambili. Ngangazi futhi ke ngingazwisisi ukuthi kwenzakalani noma kuqhubekani. Ngangingakuzwisisi ke nokuthi nokuthi kwakufanele ukuthi ke ngiyovela ke ngaphambi kwemantshi. Ngiyakwazi ke okay. Ngiyazi ukuthi ngangiboshiwe futhi ke uma kuwukuthi umuntu eboshiwe kufanele ayovela ke phambi kwemantshi noma ke aye enkantolo. Ngase ngithatha ke isinqumo sokuthi ngifuna ukuze enkantolo ngaxhumana ke nommeli wami ngamtshela ukuthi ngifisa ukuze enkantolo.
From my understanding of what you recorded here, it means or it shows that the accused was complaining to you about the unlawful detention, about the fact that he has been detained from the 16th without appearing in court. Am I correct?
Dis korrek.
If you read this.
Dis korrek.
Yes.
Dit was ook vir my baie duidelik uit hierdie paragraaf dat hy bewus was van sy regte in terme van die konstitusie en dit is ook hoekom hy dan die prokureur gekontak het om hom voor die hof te bring.
That is-
hof toe te bring, sal ek maar sê.
That is correct, and it indicates in this paragraph that he was very much aware of his constitutional right, which is then why he contacted his attorney to bring him before court. Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi lana ke
Bring him to court.
yes, that's what I said. Kuyiqiniso ke uyasho ke lana ukuthi amalungelo akhe kwakuumuntu owaziyo amalungelo akhe futhi ke kungingakho nje axhumana ke nommeli wakhe ukuthi ke amlethe enkantolo.
Forget about the communication between the client and the so-called attorney because you were not there. Am I correct?
Dit is korrek.
Okay.
Ek kan net rapporteer en ek het dit ook geskryf wat hy vir my gesê. So wat hy vir sy prokureur meegedeel het, sal ek nie vir u kan sê nie.
That is correct. I can only report that because that is also what I wrote here. But what it is that he discussed with his lawyer, I cannot tell you.
Yes, so-
Waxoxa ke noma wakhulumisana nabo nommeli wakhe angeke ngitshele mina ngibhale nje lokho angitshela kona la.
So let's refrain from making any reference to their conversation. I'm talking about you when you were recording this. What rang into your mind? What did you understand by a person who is saying, I have not been taken to court. I have been in detention from the 16th until today, which was the 24th, if I'm correct, 24th of June.
Dit is korrek.
Yes, that was 8 days.
Dit is korrek.
Yes.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwakuyamalanga awu-80 ke lawo suka ngazi 16 kuze kube lelanga lange-24.
Ek het ook dit self opgemerk en as 'n onreëlmatigheid beskou.
I also noticed that and considered it to be an irregularity.
Okay.
Ngakubona ke lokho futhi ngakubona ke ukuthi lena ke kwakuyinto ke engafanele ukuthi yenzekile
Op
noma
daardie stadium want ek het nie meer inligting gehad as wat vir my gegee is nie.
at that stage because I did not have any further information except that which I was told. Ngaleso sikhathi leso ngoba kwakungekho kunye enganginako noma ulwazi enganginako ngaphandle kwalolo engalitshelwa.
Don't worry, just stick here to paragraph 9. We're dealing with paragraph 9, nothing else outside paragraph 9. This person was complaining, why did you proceed with someone who had indicated to you that he was in an unlawful detention from the 16th of June? Why did you proceed in taking down the statement from a person who had been kept in an unlawful detention?
Hy was verdedig op daai stadium. Hy was begeerig om die verklaring te maak op
Okay.
daai stadium.
He was represented at that stage. He wanted to, it was from him, he's the one who showed that desire to speak or to say something at the time. Wayenomeli ufuna ukwazi kumele ukuthi kwakungani ke uma umuntu ekutshela ke ukuthi manje ubeboshwe noma ke ugcinwe ngendlela ke engekho emthethweni ukuthi uqhubeke. Lo muntu wayenomeli ngalesi sikhathi futhi kwakuphuma kuyena ukufuna ukukhuluma into eyayisuka kuyena.
Op daardie stadium was ek van oordeel gewees dat dit nie nodig was om die verrigtinge tot 'n stop te bring.
And at that particular time, I also did not consider it, or I also did not see it necessary or deem it necessary to bring the proceedings to a halt or to stop with the proceedings. Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke angizange ngikuboneke ukuthi ke kuyisidingo ukuthi ke ngingaqhubeki.
Okay. You have also, in your examination in chief, if I remember very well, indicated to the accused in various ways that he must feel free and respond to you any irregularities and you will help him. Am I correct?
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Ebekuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ekhulumeni kwami naye ngamtshela ke ukuthi akakhululeke ke akusho ke okungenzekanga ke ngendlela ke.
Now, after telling you this, that he had been kept in an unlawful detention, what did you do as a magistrate to release him?
Dit is nie binne my magte om hom vry te laat nie en ek het hierdie aangeleentheid ten opsigte van hierdie punt aan die senior landros gerapporteer nadat die konfessie afgeneem is.
It was not within my powers to release him, and this particular aspect I mentioned it or I reported it to the senior magistrate upon the completion of taking down the confession. Kwangekho kimina ke ukuthi ngimdedeleke okanye ngithi ke akahambeke futhi ke lolu daba lolu ke ngalibika ke kumantshi ke ephethe noma ke ku senior magistrate uma sengiqedile ke ukuthi ngibhale phansi noma ngithatheke le statement lesi.
Yes, I agree it was not within your powers to release the accused, but it was within your powers to stop and to say, I cannot proceed taking down a statement from a person who has been or who is in unlawful detention before me. Am I correct?
Dit was nie op daai stadium vir my geoorloof om dit te doen nie, aangesien ek slegs 'n eensydige weergawe het van sy kant af van hoe hy voor my gebring is en ek nie al die feite gehad het nie. Dit was nie my geoorloof om die verrigtinge te
Ek het net die woord geoorloof verstaan.
Met ander woorde, dit was nie vir my in my mag om.
Okay. It was not within my authority for me to do that or to release him at that stage, and I only had this one-sided version from him. Ngaleso sikhathi ke kwakungekho kumina ke noma ke ngingenawo ke amagunya ke ukuthi ngingamdedela ke futhi ke enganginako ke kwakuyiloko engikutshelwa uyena kuphela.
Okay. Did you ask the police officer who had brought the accused why he has not been taken to court?
Nee, maar die polisiebeampte was nie teenwoordig op daai stadium nie.
No, because the police officer was not present at that particular time. Angizange ngilibuze ke iphoyisa lamletha ngoba lalingekho ngaleso sikhathi.
Okay. After when they were back to take him or later?
Nee, want in die tyd toe ek die kantoor verlaat het, was daar niemand in die gang nie, nie die deposant nie, nie die polisie nie, en die enigste ander persoon was die senior landros.
No, because at that time there was no one in the passage, not the deponent, not the police. The only person that was in the passage was the senior magistrate. Ngaleso sikhathi ke uma sengiphuma ke sengiqedile ke nami wayengekho ke lona beqeda ukunikeza le statement kumina iphoyisa uyedwa nje kuphela vo umuntu wayekhona ke umantshi ophethe noma ke senior magistrate.
Okay. Did you make a note to the senior magistrate that the police must be informed to take the accused to court?
Ek kan nie onthou dat ek het van daai woorde gesê het nie. Ek het wel vir hom gesê dat dit blyk, sover ek kan onthou, dat dit blyk dat die man in 16e gearresteer is en hy's nog steeds nie voor 'n hof gebring nie.
I do not recall her putting it in those exact words or words that you just mentioned, but I remember telling the magistrate the senior magistrate that it appears that the gentleman was arrested on the 16th and he hasn't been brought before court up till that day. Angikhumbule ke ngikusho lokho ngalawo mazwi ke owashoyo ke, kodwa ngiyakhumbula nje ke usenior magistrate ngimtshela ke ukuthi umlisa lona ke waboshwa ziwu-16 kuze kube lelo langa lelo ke akaka lethwa ke ngaphambi kwayo imantshi.
Okay. About the rest of the complaint that he had not taken a bath since he was detained on the 16th, did you do anything regarding that?
Nee.
No, ukuthi ke akazange ke agezeke kusukela ngazo i-16 akukho ke engakwenza ngalokho.
He also had reported that he also needed to call his family. I think that was part of the complaint in this paragraph.
Dis korrek.
That
Yes.
is correct. Yebushilo ke nokuthi wayefuna nokuxhumana nomndeni wakhe.
Did you do anything about that?
Nee.
No, akukho ke mayelana nalokho engakwenza.
So what was the use of you explaining to the accused that he must be free and report anything because you'll be able to assist him?
Dit is ten opsigte van onreëlmatighede of enige vorm van menseregte vergrype. Die ander aspekte kan ek self nie vir hom reëlings tref nie. Ek kan dit wel notuleer en dit sal dan by wyse van die oorhandiging van die dokument aan onder die polisie se aandag kom.
No, it was with regards to any irregularity as well as human rights or his rights of being what is this? Infringed. His rights being infringed. But with regards to the other aspects, I could not make any arrangements or do any other arrangements regarding that, except just to note that and bring it to the police's attention.
Yeah, but-
Kwangekho ke engangingakwenza ke mayelana nokunye engangifisa nje ukuthi ngikwazi kuba ngabe nje kukhona okwenziwa okumayelana ke noma ungahambisani nomthetho mayelana namalungelo akhe ke, kodwa ke okunye lokhu ngangakubhala nje phansi bese ngitshela amaphoyisa ngapho.
But that also included this right that we are dealing with here. The right to be informed about being taken to court within 48 hours. That you did not do anything about that as we have promised him.
Hy was bewus gewees van sy regte en dit is waarom hy gereël het om voor 'n hof gebring te word of hof toegevat te word, sal ek maar sê. En hierdie vergryping is gerapporteer aan die senior landros.
He was aware of his rights, which is then why he then arranged to be brought before a court, and this infringement was brought to the attention of the senior magistrate. Amalungelo akhe ke wayewazi, ingakho ke enzake ukuthi alethweke ngaphambi kwenkantolo, futhi lokho ke mayelana nalelo daba lolo ngalidlulisa ke kuyona imantshi ephethe.
But you are the person who knew, who had a duty to explain the rights to the accused, and you failed to do so.
Ek het dit nie nodig geag vir iemand wat duidelik vanuit sy mededeling en sy klagte reeds bewus is van daardie reg om dit weer te herhaal nie. Ek het dit wel beskou as my plig om dit te rapporteer en ek het dit aan my senior landros gedoen.
I did not see it as being necessary for someone who was very much aware of that particular right to repeat it to him again, but what I did is that I noted it and reported it to my senior. Sorry.
Ek wil net ook byvoeg, jy moet ook onthou, hy was nie 'n onverdedigde persoon nie en was hy ook dan in die teenwoordigheid van sy prokureur en was die ook deeglik bewus van sy mededelings.
And I also want to mention this, that we are not speaking here about someone who was not represented. He was represented. The legal representative was also very much aware of what was being said. Futhi ke lana ke asikhuluma lokhu ke engikhuluma ngako ke angizange ngisibone isidingo sokuthi ngikuphinde ngoba ke kwacace bha ke ukuthi lo muntu amalungelo wakhe ke uyawazi, futhi ke mina ke ukuthi nje ngangidlulisa kwimantshi ephethe lana, futhi asikhulumi ngomuntu owayengenayo ummeli wakhe wayekhona ke lapho ummeli ekwazi noma enolwazi lwaloko okushiwoyo noma okukhulunywayo.
I think let's move on. We have already considered that no constitutional rights you explained. Now let's come to the injuries. I listened to the examination in chief when.
It's correct that no constitutional rights were
Yeah, it's not
explained.
correct. We all know it.
Thank you, my lord. Let's now move on. You have testified that you have been serving as a magistrate for a longer period. You can just remind me, for how many years of experience have you been working as a magistrate?
Sedert 1996, die eerste van die 7de maand.
The 1st of July 1996.
Yeah, which is how many years? Can you count?
Ag, ek het dit nou nie uitgewerk nie, seker hier by die 30 jaar.
I didn't count it, somewhere around the 30 years.
Somewhere around 30 years. You're not sure?
Laat ek dit net vir u uitwerk as u my net 'n geleentheid sal gun. Ek is ongelukkig nou nie iemand wat trek hou van alles wat ek doen nie.
Let me just work it out for you.
So 27 jaar.
27 years.
Okay.
Take iminyaka u-27 ike lo ngisebenza njengemanje.
In civil court or in criminal court?
Hoofsaaklik die kriminele hof met afwisseling met die familiehof.
Mostly the criminal court, and then at the times I would then do the family court.
Okay. Also to the family court?
Ja.
Yes.
In die distrikshof word ons maar geallikeer tot alle howe.
In the district
Maar
court,
hoofsaaklik familie, askies kriminele hof en dan so tussen in die familiehof.
in the district court we are located in all the courts, but mostly it's the criminal court, but then in between will also be placed in the family court.
Oh, okay. So you are not a regional court magistrate?
Nee.
Oh.
No, I'm gonna get Imanji, yes, regional court.
Ah, okay. No, I understand. Okay. Do you agree with me that a person, if he has been assaulted, there may be visible injuries and there may also not be visible injuries?
Is correct.
You are correct. Uqiniseke ukuthi uma umuntu ke eshayiwe ke ngakhona ke ukulimala okubonakalayo nokungabonakali futhi.
And the mere absence of physical injuries does not suggest that he was not assaulted.
Dis correct.
That is correct. Uqiniseke nokuthi ungabonakali ke amanqeba akhe noma ukulimala akusho ke lokho ukuthi akashayiwe noma akazange ashaye.
Okay. And you also said when you completed this form, what did you do with it?
Nadat ek dit voltooi het of wat presies bedoel jy?
After I completed, or what do you precisely mean?
Sorry?
After completing it, or what is it? What do you mean precisely?
After completing the document you were busy with, Exhibit JJ.
Ekskuus, ek volg u nie.
I don't get you.
There is Exhibit JJ in front of you.
Yeah.
It was completed by you.
Dit is correct.
After
correct.
completing that exhibit, what did you do with it?
Praat u nou van die volledige dokument of net spesifieke bladsye?
Are you referring to specific pages or the entire document?
I'm referring to Exhibit JJ.
Ek weet nie of ek jy
When-
reg
when you-
verstaan nie, maar die prosedure wat ek gevolg het is nadat ek die volledige dokument voltooi het, as ook aanhangsel A, dit is nou die verklaring. Is die verklaring volledig teruggetolk aan die deposant waar hy versoek is om te teken in die teenwoordigheid van myself, die tolk en sy prokureur en ek en die tolk het ook die ons die bladsy onderteken.
I don't know whether I understand you correctly, but after completing the entire document, that is now including the statement, it was then the statement. It was then requested that it be interpreted back in full, be interpreted. Whereupon he was then requested to sign in my presence, as well as that of the interpreter and his lawyer. Myself and the interpreter also then signed. Emuva ke kokuthi konke ke noma seniqede ngabo konke lokhu wase efundelwa naso ke futhi statement ubhalwa phansi wase ngase ngicela kutolika ukuthi ke amfundeleke noma ke amtolikeleke sona sonke wase ecelwa ukuthi asayinde esayinda ngikhona utolike khona ummeli wakhe khona ngase nami ngiyasayinda kanye naye utolika wasayina.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no further questions.
Thank you. In the re-examination.
Mevrouw, een antwoord deur op 'n vraag deur advokaat Mshololo of besigheid van uitwindige beserings nie noodwendig beteken dat 'n persoon nie aangerand is nie en u het gesê ja.
Okay, yeah, from a question posed to you by Advocate Mshololo that the absence of any visible injuries is not an indication that there was no assault. You responded yes.
My Lord,
Yes, Mr. Mgomezulu.
I'm so sorry to interject. My Lord, I think we made a mistake as the defense from the leading of the evidence at the inception of the evidence of this witness. If my learned colleague is asking in Afrikaans, the reason that came why I'm saying this, it would be difficult for us who does not understand Afrikaans to note if there is a need to rise for an objection, my Lord.
Now, at the beginning,
That's the problem that
at the beginning, I asked whether all the councils wanted the services of Mr. Jonas to interpret English to Zulu, Zulu to Afrikaans, Afrikaans to Zulu, and vice versa. And he's been doing it all the proceedings. Even when you put a question, Mr. Jonas interprets it in English and Zulu.
May I request, my Lord, if it is not prejudicial to the state to re-examine in English?
No, the witness said he prefers speaking Afrikaans.
I'm referring to the counsel, not to the witness. So that
Well,
you can
no,
follow
Mr.
if
Gomez, if I understand court procedure, if a witness prefers to speak Afrikaans, when I was practicing, magistrate would say, you can't be admitted as an attorney or an advocate as you need to be a talach as. So, so when we were practicing, this is what Mr. Baloyi is actually doing. If the witness says he prefers Afrikaans, Baloyi can't address that witness in English. Because if he addresses her in English, then Mr. Jonas must interpret for that witness from Afrikaans to English. I said, Mevrouw Cronje, hier is een landproces.
Objection, my Lord. Objection, my Lord. I beg to differ, my Lord. If the witness is testifying in the language of his choice, be
Yeah.
it in Zulu or Nguni or Afrikaans, we have had witnesses testifying in their own language of their own choices. But none of us have cross-examined or led evidence in the language of which is the choice of the witness. The witness can testify, can use any language, but the court officials to not to use that language, my Lord, to continue using the English language, which is understandable by everyone, all officers in court. We are not, my Lord, saying the witness should use English.
Oh, so,
Yes, yes. The witness can use the language of her own choice.
so Mr. Baloyi is the one who must use English.
Yes, my Lord, because
Okay, fine. Mr.
Thank you,
Baloyi,
my Lord.
You say you,
It's no problem at all, as long as the witness is comfortable with it, my lord.
English.
Yes,
Okay.
we don't even want to belabor it.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, my Lord.
You testified in cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5 that the absence of visible injuries doesn't mean that a person hasn't been assaulted, and you answered yes to that question.
Dis korrek.
That is correct. Yebo ngishilo ke ukuthi umbuzo obuzwe uyena ke ummeli kamsolo wehlanu ukuthi ke ungabonakali ke noma ke ungabikho ungabonakali ke kokulimala noma ke kwamanqeba akusho ke ukuthi umuntu akashayiwe.
I just want to take you to page 4, paragraph 10 of Exhibit JJ, the pro forma. Paragraph 10A reads as follows: do you have any bruises or injuries of any kind? If so, please show them to me, if it's possible for you to do so. What does it relate to? Does it relate to visible injuries, or does it refer to internal injuries, or to both?
Alle beserings.
All injuries. Lo mbuzo ke olana ke ukuthi ingaba unayo yini imihuzuko noma ke ukulimala noma kwayiphi ke inhlongo. Uma kunjalo ke ngicela ungitshengiseke uma kuukuthi ke uyakwazi ukuthi wenze njalo. Uthi ke lo yabuzo ke ukhuluma nje awukhulumi nje ngala abonakala kuphela kodwa nje konke ukulimala.
Can you be more specific? If you say all injuries, what do you mean?
Sigbare beserings of nie sigbare beserings.
Visible injuries or those injuries that are not visible. Lana ke khulunywa ngalana ke amanqeba abonakalayo nangabonakali futhi.
You also in cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo for accused number 5. With regards to the question that the accused mentioned to you that he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020, you reply that you reported that to the senior magistrate.
Dis korrek?
That is correct.
Do you know if further steps were taken?
Nee, want ek het daarna nie weer gehoor van die aangeleentheid nie.
No, because I didn't hear about the matter thereafter. Yebo ngishilo ke ukuthi lokho ngangidlulisa ke kuyona ke imanje ephethe mayelana nokuthi ke waboshwa ziwu16 wase kushayela lelanga la nge24 engekavela enkantolo ukuthi akhona yini amanyathelo athathwa ke angazi ngoba ke angiphindanga ngezwa ngalolu daba emuva kwalokho.
If we can just thresh out this aspect, what is the nature of your duties when you take down a statement in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act? Do your duties extend to inquiring as to the person's court appearances?
Wel, dit is 'n tweeledige antwoord. Ek moet vasstel of hy vrywillig of ongedwonge voor die hof is.
Okay. It is a two-way question. I must find out if he is doing this freely and voluntarily, as whether he was not coerced. Fanele ngibuzeke ukuthi umuntu enze statement ukwenza lokho kuphuma kuyena akaphoqiwe yini.
En ek wil net ook hier sê met hof verwys ek na myself, die landros wat genader is vir 'n bekentenis.
And I also want to mention that here, when I'm referring to the court, I'm now referring to myself, being the magistrate that was approached for the confession. Uma ngikhuluma lana ke enkantolo ngikhuluma ngami ke umanje oceliwe ke ukuthi azothatha lesi statement.
Ek moet vasstel of hy nigter en by sy volle positiewe is.
Must also ascertain or establish whether he was in his sound and sober senses.
En of hy sonder onbehoorlike beïnvloeding gebring is vir 'n bekentenis.
And whether he was brought without any undue influence for this confession. Lana ke kufanele ngikwenzeke ukuthi uma elethwa ke lo muntu noma esephambi kwami ke ulethwe kumina ke futhi engaphoqiwe yini nokuthi ke usemqondweni ke noma ke emqondweni ke ngokuphelele akukho yini okumphazamisayo.
Op daai stadium is dit nie my plig om verder in te gaan ten opsigte van die beweringe nie, behalwe om te notuleer wat hy sê.
And at that stage, it was now not for me to go deeper or further with regards to the allegation, but to note down what he says. Kwangafaneleke kumina ukuthi ngibese ngiyaqhubeka ke mayelana nensolo ke ngaphandle kokuthi ngibhaleke lokhu akushoyo.
En onreëlmatighede te rapporteer. Dis wat ek wel gedoen.
As well as to report irregularities as I've done there. Nokuthi ke ngichazeke noma ngikusho ke lokho okungahambanga ke ngendlela nanjengoba ngenzile khona lapha.
Wat my betref is dit die verhoorhof voor wie hy gebring word wat 'n verder ondersoek in daai verband sal hou.
As far as I'm concerned, it is now the trial court that would then have to go further or to inquire further with regards to those issues. Ngesingami ke inkantolo ke icala lakhe elizoqhula kuyona ke la elizoqhula khona ke ekuzofanele ukuthi ke ibe siyaqhubeka ke ngalolu daba lo.
Wat ook normale praktyk is in die strafhowe wanneer 'n persoon vir die eerste keer voor jou verskyn.
Which is also normal practice in our criminal courts when a person is appearing for the first time. Ekuyindlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke kwinkantolo zethu uma kuukuthi umuntu ke uvela noma kuyihlandla lokuqala evela phambi kwemantshi.
And at this stage, when you took down this statement, were you aware of any previous court appearances or not?
Nee.
No, ngaleso sikhathi ke ephambi kwami ke ngangazi ke nokuthi ke ngaphambilini ke noma kwakhona yini ukuvela ke inkantolo ngaphambilini.
Now, counsel for accused 1 and 2 put it to you that Sergeant Mokhane that you have referred to in your evidence was present when you completed the pro forma and also when you took down the statement of the deponent. Can I just ask once again, just to put in record what you have noted on Exhibit JJ? That last paragraph that is in your handwriting, that's V. Mokhane, page 1.
Okay.
Ek het genotuleer as volg.
I noted as follows. Ngabhala ngale ndlela ke.
Sergeant Mokhane accompanied by heavily armed Metro Police officials, of which most members left when asked for their appointment certificates, 2 remained outside the office door. Sergeant Mokhane was ook nie teenwoordig toe die bekentenis afgeneem is nie. Hy het ook net sy aanstellingssertifikaat gegee en hy het die kantoor verlaat.
Sergeant Mokhane was also not present when the confession was taken down. He only brought his appointment certificate and left the office. Lana ke kubhaliwe ukuthi uSergeant V. Mokhane owayehamba ke namaphoyisa ke eMetropolis ayehlomile uningi labo noma ke uningi lwabo ke abathi bahamba uma ke becelwa ke ukuthi abaletheke amaphepha atshengisayo ke noma ke ama appointment certificates abo kwasala ababili ababimi ngaphandle ke besichapha sehhovisi yena ke uMokhane ke naye ke akazange abe khona noma wayengekho ngaphakathi inkathi ke istatement lesithathu waletha nje certificate sakhe wabe sephuma.
Thank you, my lord. Those are the only aspects.
Yeah, thanks. Just one aspect which may have not been covered. This Mr. Mziako, kan jy sy gestaltes this time and this physique? Is he a fat man, tall man, short man? Was he on a wheelchair, whatever? But I just want his physical appearance.
Ek het geen disabilities opgemerk nie. Sy lengte was min of meer my lengte gewees.
I did not notice any disabilities. His length was more or less my length, my lord. Angizange ngibone ukulimala ke okwakuyena ke umnumzana umjiyabo futhi ke ungathi nje wayelingana nami.
Hy was skraal gebou gewees.
He was slender in build, wayemncane ke ngomzimba.
En hy was gekleed netjies in 'n pak klere en hy het vir my voorgekom asof hy ouer is as hierdie meneer Ntanzi.
He was neatly dressed in a suit, and to me he appeared older than Mr. Ntanzi. Owayegqoke kahle ke efake isuti futhi ke ngendlela ke owayebukeka ngayo ke ebukeka ke emdala kunaye umnumzana uNtanzi.
Was he carrying a bag like normal legal practitioner would do?
Ek het geen draasak of aktetas by hom gesien nie. Ek het niks in sy hande gesien nie.
I did not see any bag, my lord, and on him in his possession, and I also did not see anything in his hands.
wat
Angibonanga-
tasse betref nie.
as far as bags are concerned, my lord. Angizange ngibone lutho ke isaka ke kena noma ke awayiphethe kena esandleni.
And according to you, how many hours did you spend with him and you were present?
Ongeveer 3 ure. Ek het toe ons begin het die tyd genotuleer en toe ek heeltemal
Ja.
klaar is die tyd genotuleer.
About how much
Almost approximately 3 hours, my lord. I noted the time when we started as well as when we finished. I noted the time. Matamahora, 3.
So he said throughout the whole interview,
Dit is
he never
correct.
excused himself to go to the bathroom or whatever.
Niemand het
Job stel
gevra.
gesê daarso.
Ja, niemand het gevra om die kantoor te verlaat nie.
No one requested to leave the office. Akekho wacela ukuthi aphume lapha.
Remember, it was put to you that he was never there. And if he was there, did accused number 2 at any stage during that 3 hours say, Maravi is the man? But the manager can sit. No remarks like that.
Nee, want toe hy ingekom het ek hom pertinent gevra en ek het meneer Ntanzi op daai stadium geadresseer en ek het vir hom pertinent gevra, wie is hierdie man wat hier saam met jou in die kantoor is met die pak klere, waarna hy vir my gesê dis sy prokureur.
No, my lord, because I pertinently addressed him and I addressed Mr. Ntanzi and asked him, who is this man who is seated here dressed in a suit, and then he responded by saying, it is my legal representative. Lapho ke ngambuza ke ngaxoxa naye ngakhuluma naye ke ngamqonda ke ngase ngikhuluma naye ke Mr. Ntanzi ukuthi ubani ke lo mlisi ohlezi la ogqeka isuti wasethi ummeli wami.
Thank you. Any questions arising?
Only one question, my lord. What was the color of the suit?
Sover my rekolleksie is, ek kan nie regtig waar onthou nie. Ek dink dit was dalk so 'n donkergroenige kleur, maar ek gaan ook as ek vir u wil sê wat die pertinente kleur was.
I
Ek
cannot
kan
tell.
regtig nie onthou.
I cannot remember. I cannot tell you the precise color, but dark greenish. Angeke ngitshele koyena mbala ke wayo ke lesuit kodwa ngathi nje
Maar dit kon
dark.
ook 'n brein gewees het. Ek het nie so opgelet na die kleur van die pakklere nie, behalwe dat hy baie netjies gekleed was, soos wat die prokureur se kleed wanneer hulle na die hof toe kom.
Maybe it could have been brown, but I cannot tell you the precise color. But he was neatly dressed, as is the norm with lawyers, with as far as dress code is concerned. Angeke ngisho kuwena mhlawumbe wawubrown kodwa egqoke kahle njena ngendlela abameli abagqoka ngayo.
So last question, ma'am. Was he recording notes? Was he taking notes?
Is it arising, Mr.
My lord,
You're a senior counsel, Mr. Mkobezo. Is it arising from what I asked?
especially.
You can ask for an indulgence. There's no problem.
May I ask for indulgence, my lord? Because he was not in possession of a bag. Was he taking notes of some kind?
Ek sal nie vir u kan sê nie, ek het nie so opgelet nie.
I cannot tell you. I didn't note as such. Angeke ngitshele ukuthi wayebhala angizange ngiqaphele lokho.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mnisi.
Is the court, my lord, but no question arising from the court.
Geen vrae, meneer Mnisi.
Excuse me, my
Dit
lord.
geen vrae.
Nee,
It's
nee, right.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr.
I have no
Momalo?
questions. I have no
No
questions.
questions.
Thank you.
Arising, Mr. Solomon.
Just one, my lord.
Mm.
I think it's coming from the questions from the court, my lord.
Yes. No,
After-
the ones here. Fine.
Thank you, my lord. After, besides getting the information, looking at the dress code and the height, observing the physical appearances of that person who referred to himself as a legal practitioner, what is it that made you to believe that he was a legal practitioner?
Wel, hy het homself voorgestel as 'n prokureur en hy het sy dokumentasie aan my gegee. Daar was geen rede vir my om dit in twyfel te trek nie en die Deposant het hom ook voorgestel aan my as sy prokureur.
He introduced himself to me as a legal practitioner. He also showed me his appointment certificate. I had no reason to doubt that, and the deponent introduced him as his legal representative. Wayichaza-ke kumina ukuthi ummeli wase engibonisa-ke naleya document noma ke i-certificate lesiyana, ngangenaso-ke izathu sokuthi ngingabazi lokho, futhi-ke nalona-ke owayenikeza ngestatement wamchaza-ke noma wamethula nanjengommeli wakhe.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, dankie. Ian Fragnet. Did he have a tie on? I know attorneys today, they don't put on ties sometimes.
Nee, hy was volledig geklee in 'n pak klere met 'n dressing suit soos wat jy sal kry met 'n normale das.
He was properly dressed, my lord, with a suit and with a tie. Wayefake-ke isuti kanye futhi-ke no tie.
Okay. Thank you. Dankie. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court pleases, my lord, the state calls the next witness. It's Ms. Tsepiso Evelyn Mutlaping. She's witness number 92 on the list.
Paping.
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Pidi, why are you surprised when I say attorneys today no longer put on ties? You haven't seen that. I know you're one. Yeah. You haven't seen an attorney without a tie.
I have seen them.
Yeah, no, it happens. And sometimes they come in leather jackets in court.
It's true.
We have seen that too. Yeah, times have changed. Yes, swear the witness in.
She's indicated, my lord, she's speaking English.
Oh,
Full names and
Okay.
surnames, please.
Evelyn Tsepiso Mutlaping,
If you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath,
none at all.
you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. Raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
you may be seated if you want to.
I'll stand for now, my lord. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Mutlaping, what is your occupation?
I'm a principal court interpreter, my lord.
Isikhundla sami-ke ngutolika ophethe-ke ubizwa ngokuthi i-principal court interpreter.
Okay.
At Boksburg Magistrates.
Inkantolo-ke yase-Boksburg.
Can you briefly just put your career history on record? When did you become an interpreter?
I was appointed on the 1st of December 1997 at Benoni Magistrates Court.
Ngaqala-ke ngeyi-1 zika-December 1997 Benoni.
At Benoni Magistrates.
Inkantolo-ke yase-Benoni.
And in 2005, I was then promoted to senior court interpreter.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-2005 ngaba-ke i-senior court interpreter.
In 2014, on the 3rd of February, I was then appointed as principal court interpreter.
2014.
2014. Yes.
Kwase ukuthi ziwu-3 kuFebruary 2014 ngase-ke ngiphushuka-ke isikhundla ngaba u-principal court interpreter.
Yes, and when did you join Boksburg Magistrate Court?
That is in 2014.
Kwinkantolo-ke yase-Boksburg ngiqale ukusebenza khona-ke ngo-2014.
And in which forums have you performed duties? Which courts in terms of hierarchy?
Well, I have mainly interpreted in the district courts as well as the regional courts, my lord.
Inkantolo ke esemsebenze noma ke ngitolike kuzona ke inkantolo ke magistrate court, district court kanye ke nase regional court.
And if you had to split that period between the district court and the regional court, what would say the period is that you spent in the district court and in the regional court as an interpreter?
Well, my lord, I would say for the entire time that I have worked as an interpreter, I have interpreted in both the district and
Ngizothi ke kuso sonke ke isikhathi lesi ke ngisebenza ke manje ngotolika ngisebenze kuzona zoyimbili ke le inkantolo district court kanye nase regional court.
And what is your proficiency regarding languages? In which languages are you proficient?
English, obviously, isiZulu, Sesotho, Setswana, Sepedi, Chivenda. I'm reasonable in Chivenda, as well as Xitsonga.
Iwona ke wonke ke amalimi ke lawa qedwe kwasho ke athi ke utolika ke noma ke afuna ukuthi awakhulume.
On the 24th of June 2020, were you on duty?
I was, my lord.
Yebo ke ngangisemsebenzini ngazo i24 ka 2020 June 2020 24 ka June 2020 ngangisemsebenzini.
I just want to show you a document, Exhibit JJ, page 8 thereof, or maybe even before we get to page 8, page 1 of Exhibit JJ. It's indicated that Ms. Evelyn Tsepiso Mutlaping was the interpreter during the proceedings as reflected in Exhibit JJ. What is your comment?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke nanje makubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke kwakuyimina ke umuntu waye utolika.
From which language to which language were you interpreting?
Zulu and vice versa.
Ukusuka ke kuyisingisi ke kuye ke kwisiZulu nokubuyisana ukusuka kwisiZulu ukubuyisela kuyona ke English.
If I can then refer you to page 9 of Exhibit JJ, the performer. There is a signature there in the middle of the page. Whose signature is that?
It is my signature.
Mina ke lana ke ku page 9 owasayinda.
Can you just read into the record what stands above your signature?
Okay. It says here certificate by interpreter.
No, page 8.
Page 8.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the statement is also signed by the interpreter. This is what's written above my signature.
Okubhaliwe ke la ngaphezulu nje kwala engasayinda khona ukuthi istatement lesi sasayindwa ke na uyena utolika.
Right, and page 9.
Okay.
Yes, can you just put on record what stands on page 9?
Okay. It says certificate by interpreter. I, Evelyn Tsepiso Mutlaping, certify that in terms of section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of the statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ukuthi certificate lesi sakhe utolika mina uEvelyn Tsepiso Mutlaping ngiyasho ke ngabo ke okukhona ke umthethosisekelo section 217 wawo ke umthetho Act 51 1977 ukuthi ngitolikile ke ngokuqiniso futhi ke ngendlela futhi ngokwazi kwami ke ngokumayelana ke naloko okubhaliwe ke kusona istatement kanye nako konke okwashiwo uyena uMantshi.
Ms. Mutlaping, can you just explain what was the process that was followed when this statement was taken? When was this exhibit signed?
The presiding officer started with the completion of the pro forma, and thereafter moved on to the statement. I think the whole thing was signed after the statement was taken down.
Lana ke okwenzeka ke ukuthi ke uMagistrate ke waqala ke ngaloko kubizwa ukuthi i-pro forma wase endlulela ke kusona ke i-statement ukuthi ke kusayindwe yonke into ke kwasayindwa kamuva uma seqedwe konke.
And if you look from page 1, every page is initialed.
That is correct.
When was that done?
This was done after the completion of the taking down of the statement.
Uma ubheka ke ku page ke ngayodwa ke lapha ezansi ke akusayindwanga kodwa kubekwe nje ama initials ukuthi nalapho ke kwenziwa lo uma seqedwe i-statement.
Except on page 4, the initials of the interpreter.
I see I missed that part, yes.
Ngabona ke ku page 4 ukuthi angizange ngikwenzeke lokho ukuthi ama initials wami bafake lapha.
Can you remember where the deponent got the pen from that he used to sign to initial and sign the exhibit JJ?
I gave him a pen.
Lona ke wenza statement ke ukuthi pen wayithola kuphi ke initial ke imina owamnikeza ipen.
Ms. Mutlaping, can you perhaps still remember this incident?
Well, I think I do, even though I cannot recall every single thing, but I do recall.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ngisakhumbuleke ngalesi sehlakalo lesi noma ke ngingasakhumbuli yonke into nje kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke yebo ngisakhumbula.
Can you perhaps in your own words tell the court what happened on the day insofar as you can remember?
Well, yes, my lord. If I should start from the beginning, I was approached by the senior prosecutor who informed me that...
It's fine. You were approached by the senior prosecutor. Is it correct that it was with a request?
Yes, yes.
Kweza-ke umshushisi ophethe mina enesicelo.
Yes, and what happened further? You need not disclose what the discussion with the senior prosecutor was.
And I waited until about 2 o'clock because I was informed that the people would arrive at 2 o'clock.
Ngase ngima-ke ngilinda-ke kuze kushaye-ke ihora lesibili ngoba ngatshelwa ukuthi abantu labo bazofika-ke ngehora lesibili.
When I went to check if they had arrived, I was then informed that they were not there yet.
Uma sengiya-ke ngiyobheka-ke ukuthi sebefikile yini ngase ngitshela ukuthi.
So you established that they were not there?
Yes, they were not.
Yes.
I was then called by the secretary to the senior magistrate. And this was towards 2:30.
Yes, what happened? You may not disclose what the secretary to the senior magistrate told you. What happened thereafter?
Yes, I then proceeded to where the said confession was to be done.
And where was that?
That was in room number 2.
Room number 2.
Yes, what happened further?
And as I came towards room number 2, I then saw a number of people standing outside the office.
Ngathi masengiya-ke lapho-ke ku-room 2 ngabona-ke nje kunabantu-ke nje abalwa-ke abemi lapho-ke ngaphandle
Were they identifiable?
Some of them, yes.
Abanye babo ke kwakungabantu ke okungasho ungasibakhomba noma asithi ke babegqoke izinto okungabakhombayo.
Yes, how were they identifiable?
They were Metro Police officers clad in uniform.
Kwakuamaphoyisa ke emetro noma ke Metro Police babegqoke i-uniform.
Yes, and where were they at that stage?
They were standing just outside office number 2 in the passage.
Babe ngaphandle ke kwa office le number 2 kuyona ke passage le.
Yes.
And there was also a person who was in handcuffs.
Wayekhona ke nowayefakwe ozambusi.
And a gentleman who was standing among all of those people who was, well, clad in a suit.
Wayekhona ke nomunye nje umlisa owayemi phakathi kwalabo bantu labo wayegqoke isuit.
And where precisely was this gentleman in a suit standing?
He was also standing in the passage, but slightly on the side, on the side from where the Metro officials were standing.
Wayemi lapho ke ku-passage leyo ke nalowo egqoke isuit kodwa ungathi nje eceleni kula ama-Metro Police ayemi khona.
Yes, you may proceed.
And well, shortly thereafter, we then proceeded to the office, in office number 2. That was myself and the presiding officer.
Akubanga ke isikhathi eside emuva kwalokho sasesingena ke kulelo office mina ke kanye naye imanje.
And who was the presiding officer?
It was Mrs. Vivian Cronier.
Kwaku Mrs. Vivian Cronier.
The witness who has just stood down.
That is correct.
Ufakazi lona ke uqeda ukwehla manje.
Yes.
The person in handcuffs was also led into the office.
Lona ke owayefakwe ozambusi naye ke wase ngeniswa ke naye e-office.
Who led him into the office?
I think it was one of the police officials, one of the officials.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakuwomi elinye ke lamaphoyisa uyena ke owamfaka.
Yes.
And the gentleman clad in a suit also came into the office.
Lona ke owayegqoke isuit naye wangena ngaphakathi e-office.
Yes.
I think this is where the presiding officer asked one of the police officials, I think, if I'm not mistaken, my lord, I think he was the investigating officer of the matter or something, but she requested him to make copies of his appointment certificate.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngaleso sigaba ke ilapho na ke imanje yase icela ke omunye amaphoyisa ayelapho ngicabanga ukuthi ke ilona owumphenyi ke noma ke umseshi ke wecala ukuthi ke alethe ke i-certificate noma amtshengise ke certificate sakhe somsebenzi.
And this is after he introduced himself to the presiding officer.
Kwakusemuva ke ukuthi eyichazile ke noma eyishilo ke kuyena ke kuyona imanje ukuthi ubani.
Yes.
After he brought the copies of the appointment certificates, he then left the office.
Emuva kokuthi ke amakhophi lawo ke ewalethile azobe i-certificate wase ephuma ke e-office.
So who's that now?
And this is the police officer. I think it's Mr. Mokhane or something.
Iphoyisa ke ngicabanga ukuthi uMr. Mokhane.
Yes.
And just before we could start, I remember the presiding officer had a conversation with the gentleman. I mentioned earlier that he was dressed in a suit.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi njena siqale ke ngiyakhumbula ukuthi imanje yaba nako ke uxoxisana noma ke ukhuluma nalomlisa ke engimshilo ngaphambilini ukuthi wayegqoke isuit.
Could you hear what the nature of the conversation was?
Well, as far as I can recall, I think she was asking him who he was.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ngicabanga ukuthi imanje yayimbuza ke ukuthi wayewubani.
Yes.
And the gentleman, he was the legal representative of the suspect at the time.
Wase echaza ke ukuthi ummeli womsolo kwawumsolo wake ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And this was confirmed by the suspect himself after he was asked by the presiding officer.
Lokho ke kwase kuqinisekiswa ke uyena umsolo emukamuva ukuthi ke imanje ke ibuza kuyena ke naye ke waqinisekisa impela ukuthi impela kunjani.
Yes.
I think after all the pleasantries were done, we then proceeded with the business of the day.
Ngicabanga ukuthi emuva kokuthi konke ke sekwenziwe ke sekuqaliwe ke sase siqala ke ngalokho ke okwakusihlanganise lapho ngalelo langa.
And who was present in the office at that stage when you proceeded with the business of the day?
It was myself, the presiding officer, the gentleman as described before, and the suspect.
Kwakuyimina, kwakuyimanje, nalomlisa ke bese ngichazile ngaphambilini kanye nomsolwa ababekhona ke ngaphakathi kulelo office lelo.
Do you perhaps remember what the sitting arrangement was in the office?
Yes, I do.
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi kwakuhlezwe kanjani ngalelo langa kulelo office.
Who was seated where?
The presiding, as I'm standing here, my lord, the presiding officer would have been in front on the other side of the table.
Nanjengoba ngimi lana ke imanje yona ke yayizoba ke ngaphambili ke kwitafula.
I was sitting on well, to my left, and the suspect was sitting on my right.
Mina ngathi ke ngangihlezi kuhlangothi ke lakwasokunxele bese ukuthi umsolo wake ehlezi kuhlangothi lami langakwesokudla.
Sorry, just if you can, in relation to the presiding of the Ms. Grenier, how were you each seated?
Well, in relation to Ms. Grenier, because then she would be facing this side, then that means the suspect would have been to her left and I would have been to her right.
Uma ke Mrs. Grenier wayengalena ke kwetafula ke umsolo wake wayezoba ke ku left wakhe mina ngibe ku right wakhe Mrs. Grenier.
Yes.
And the gentleman in a suit was sitting on my left hand side because there's a couch in office number 2 that's on the left hand side.
La engangihlezi khona ke lona ke wayegqoke isudu yena ke wahlezi ke ku left wami ngoba ke kwakuno couch eyikhona kulelo kamera lelo number 2.
Yes, but in relation to the suspect, where was the gentleman in the suit seated?
I was between them. He was on the left hand side, the suspect was on my right hand side.
Mina ke ngangihlezi phakathi nendawo ukubona bobabili lona ke wayegqoke isudu kanye naye ke umsolo. Yena ke lo wesudu ku left umsolo yena eku right wami.
And what was your overall impression about the suspect? It has been put to Ms. Grenier that the suspect was coerced, assaulted. What was your overall impression?
My lord, my overall impression was that, of course, looking at the demeanor of the suspect at the time, he appeared to me like somebody who really wanted to speak whatever it was that he wanted to say.
Mina ke ngendlela ke wayebukeka ngayo ke bhekeka ngayo ke umsolo wakhe ngalelo langa lelo ke ukuthi kwakuwumuntu onalentshisakalo ke ofisayo noma ufunayo ukukhuluma nama yini leyo wayefuna noma efisa ukuthi ayisho ngalelo langa lelo.
And are you able to perhaps say why you were of that view?
Well, because if I may just fast forward a bit, when the rights were explained to him, and the fact that he was not compelled in any way to make a statement, his specific words were, I really wanted to. I really want to speak. I just want to say this. If I can say it in Zulu, my lord, he said, "Thasisi, ngifuna ukuqhubeka ngikhulume."
Uma ke amalungelo akhe esewachazelwa ke sekushiwo ke noma ukuthi ke futhi akaphoqelekile ukuthi ke asho lutho noma ke akhulume ke kwakuyena ke othi ngiyafuna ukusho lokho washo lamagama ke usisaqedwe basho manje esho ngesizulu. No lady, I really want to speak.
And do you remember if the suspect had any injuries?
Not at all, sir.
Ukulimala noma ke amanqaba cha ayengekho nje wayengenabo ukulimala wena.
Sorry, that question is, the answer is ambiguous. That's you.
Yes.
Not at all. Do you remember if the suspect had any injuries?
Oh.
Not at all, sir.
I apologize. my lord.
Yeah, it's double senach.
Yes. Can you
No, my lord, I did not see any injuries on the suspect.
Cha ke akukho nje ukulimala maka amanqaba engawabona noma amanqaba engawabona mina kuyena umsolo.
It was also put by the defense to Ms. Cronje that the suspect did not sign the statement, Exhibit JJ. What is your comment?
He signed it in my presence because I'm the one that gave him the pen.
Istatement lesi wasayinda ngikhona imina owamnikeza ipen.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Thanks. What's the time, Mr. Bala? Can we
15 minutes.
Yeah. 15 minutes.
My Lord. Before we start with the business of the day, may I just ask you to explain the difference between translation due to your experience. Translation as opposed to interpretation.
Okay. With interpretation, my Lord, what we do is you convey the idea intended by the speaker.
Uma ke utolika dlulisa lokho ke okuhloswe iloyo osuke ekhuluma.
And with translation, you take a word
Futhi ke uma khulunywa ke nge-translation ke ila uthatha ke igama ngegama.
and translation is mostly done on documents.
Futhi ke uma khulunywa ke ngokutranslator ila khulunywa khona ke ngephepha lokho kufanele kubhalwe phansi.
So in relation, sorry, I'll afford you that. In relation to what we've just said about translation and documents, does that also relate to the pro forma that was completed?
The translation of documents, I did not get the question clearly, sir.
So if you define translation as when you translate from word to word, and you further mentioned about documents, so do you also refer to the document that is we are dealing with at the moment?
In this instance?
Yes.
No, my Lord. In this case, because there's a speaker, my job is to basically convey the idea intended by the speaker, to interpret, not to translate what the speaker says.
Lana ke kuleli document esikhuluma ngayo ke manje akuseyona ke i-translation esiyenza ngoba kunomuntu okhulumayo yila udlulisa khona ke lokho okuhloswe ilo okhulumayo akuseyona ke manje ukutranslate kodwa ke ukutolika.
So during the process of interpreting, from the experience that you have you not picked up a sentence or a paragraph that is susceptible to two meanings?
Yes, I have, my Lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ekusebenzeni kwami ke uyathola noma ke uyayithola ke isentence ke la ongasho khona ke ukuthi usho okubili.
What is your role as an interpreter in the event that there is ambiguity or there is double meaning on that particular sentence?
As an interpreter, my role would be to get clarity from the speaker, and in so doing, I would obviously ask for the court's indulgence to allow me to clarify from the speaker what they intend saying.
Nanjengotolika ke okwami la khona ke uzwayo ukuthi lokho awunaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ukuthini, kungasho lokho kungasho nalokho. Ngiyabuza ke noma ngicele ke angichazele lona kodwa ngaphambili kokuthi ngikwenzeke lokho ngikhulumisana ke naye ke umehluleki noma ke imantshi ngithi ke inginikeze imvume yokuthi ke ngicele lana ukuthi ngichazele ukuthi kusho ukuthini lokho.
I beg leave to the Honorable Court for you to read from the statement. It says certificate of interpreter. Can we go to that page, please?
Certainly.
Certificate of interpreter. Can you please, all right, before I ask a question on this aspect, the content of this wording or what is contained in your certificate, has it been explained to the deponent? Did you explain it to the deponent before you attached your signature?
No, my Lord.
Lokho okubhalwe lana ukuthi ke manje mina noma lokho ubhale certificate saye utolika akusona ke into engichazile kuyena lona benze statement ngaphandle kokuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngiyisign.
Do you have the reason why you did not explain it to him?
I do not.
Isizathu sokuthi ngakwenzanga lokho anginaso.
So was it important for you to explain it? Or was it an omission on your part to explain it?
No, my lord, because I have never had to explain the contents of the certificate to the deponent or anybody for that matter.
Ngoba akazi ke ngaphambilini sibe khona ke isidingo noma kwenzeke ukuthi le ndawo lena ke la uthi khona ke i-certificate sayo ke interpret noma utolika ukuthi kufanele ngiyitolike kuyo ke owenza i-statement.
From your observation, when you appended your signature on this certificate, did it come to your attention or did it come to your mind as to whether the deponent might be curious as to what you are signing?
If I may ask, my lord, is it only with regards to the certificate?
In regards to the certificate?
No, my lord.
Kumina ke kaze kube yonto ke kuyinto efikayo ke ukuthi mhlasimbe ke angafisa ukuthi azike ukuthi yini le ndawo engiyisayindayo.
So the certificate, the person who's making a certificate, okay, sorry, may I rephrase like this? The person that you were engaged to render such services, you were to to translate or to interpret what the deponent had to say. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Lana ke kwakuwukuthi mina ke ngindlulisa lokho okushiwo yilona owenza ke istatement lesi.
Okay. May I ask you to read again the certificate of interpreter, then and ask you to translate it in Zulu for the benefit of accused number 2.
I, Evelyn Tepiso Motlaping, certify that in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of this statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Can you translate that in Zulu, please?
Translate or interpret it in
Or
Zulu?
interpret it for me, please.
Okay. Mina Evelyn Tepiso Motlaping ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi ke ngokomthetho isection 217 Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 njengoba iguquliwe ngitolike ngokweqiniso kanti futhi ngitolike okweqiniso nangakho konke okusemandleni ami noma ke yes nangakho konke okusemandleni ami mayelana ke nako kokubili okubhaliwe kule statement kanye nako konke okukhulunywe imanje.
Okay. So, in other words, according to your understanding, this certificate, to your satisfaction, because I've noted that the statement that has been made by the magistrate, can you give clarity to that?
No, my lord. It says here with regards to.
Can you read it again if you don't understand? There's
Okay.
something you mentioned about the statement.
Can I read the whole statement or just that part?
Okay. May I ask the indulgence of the court for all the parties to understand?
Okay.
Yes, to
All right.
read the whole
Statement again.
Statement
okay,
again.
Sure. The certificate rather. Okay.
Maybe, sorry, my lord, maybe I'll stop you somewhere where it makes sense or relevance for the question.
Okay.
For the,
Where it makes sense or relevant for the question, my lord.
I see.
Can I just go through the interpretation thereof, my lord, or should I read in English first and
No,
then
read it in English.
Okay.
Please forget about Zulu now. Ne?
Okay.
Just English.
All right. I, Evelyn Tepiso Motlaping, certify that in terms of Section 217 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as amended, I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regards to both the contents of this statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me stop there. The contents of the statement. Did you underline that?
Yes.
All right. Then we'll proceed further.
Okay.
I just wanted you to note that you said the contents
Of the
of the statement.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed.
And everything said by the magistrate.
Yes, and everything said by the magistrate. In other words, I'm subject to correction. You said to the satisfaction of the contents of the statement. Is that correct?
To the satisfaction of the statement, no, sir.
To the satisfaction of the contents of the statement.
I have interpreted truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regards
With regards,
to
yes.
both the contents of this statement and everything said by the magistrate.
Lana ke ithi ke ngitolike kahle ke futhi nangeqiniso mayela ke mayela naloku okubhaliwe istatement kanye nako konke okushiwo yimanje.
Okay. Was the statement according to that interpretation made by the magistrate?
No, please.
No.
No, wait.
Ma-
Now, let's read the Criminal Procedure Act first, 217. Because as I understand this certificate is enjoining the interpreter in terms of the act. And when it says statement, it means after everything which has been said and done by the magistrate, which she alleges she has interpreted, and then she signs the certificate after everything has been done, not before. Okay, that's how I understand this.
My Lord, I have a different understanding.
Why don't we read where they talk about the powers which enjoin her to interpret?
I beg your pardon?
An interpreter. Who appoints an interpreter? Who appoints an interpreter? As I recall, it's in terms of the legislation.
That's correct.
That's it. Let's read that first. Otherwise, we'll be here the whole day. Let's read the enabling statute which appoints her. And then we can decide whether she has complied or not. You want us to adjourn, sir?
We can adjourn, my Lord, but may I clarify this aspect? I'm not contesting the appointment per se. I'm not contesting the compliance
What are
with
you
the attachment.
What are you contesting?
I'm concerned about the interpretation of the last, especially where she says with regards to the contents of the statement made by the magistrate. That's where my concern is, my Lord. Not about her appointment. If we read it carefully, we can have, because
No, you're misreading it. I certify in terms of section 2117 of the Criminal Procedure Act 5177 as amended, I have truly and correctly and to the best of my ability with regard to both the contents of this statement and everything that was said by the magistrate.
the contents.
Yeah, that's what the certificate says. Both.
The understanding, she will differ with me if I put it like this. According to my understanding, I'm putting to you that the certificate was supposed to say with regards to the contents, both the contents and of the of the deponent or of the person who was taking a confession. Was I wrong if I say instead of being a magistrate we say the deponent? Was I wrong by saying that?
I think, as far as I can understand your question, sir,
Yes.
with regards to this sentence, it doesn't refer to the contents of the statement being made by the magistrate. It just refers to the contents of the statement and everything else said by the magistrate.
Uma ngifunda lana ke lana akukhulumi ngestatement esenziwa yimanje. Sithi lana ke lokhu okubhaliwe usona istatement kanye nako konke okushiwo yimanje.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
You're welcome, sir.
Then let's get into paragraph 1A. You said it has been explained or it has been interpreted to the deponent. Paragraph 1A.
That is correct.
Can you read it for me, please?
I am a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him, that I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
Lana ke u1A uthi ngiyimanje futhi ke angiyimbandakanyeki ke uphenyo ngakwena noma kuloko okuphenywa ngakwena futhi ke angisebenzi namaphoyisa noma yimuphi umuntu okuleli icala leli nokuthi ke ungakhuluma ngokukhululekile futhi ke ungesabi phambi kwami noma ngikhona.
All right. Being an interpreter, if you interpret such a statement, does it not have elements of a promise? Reread it if you want to.
I'm a magistrate and that I am not in any way involved in the investigation against him, that I do not work with the police or any other person in this case, and that he can speak freely and without fear in my presence.
As a conclusion, I don't know if the witness being asked for an opinion, which I think is irrelevant.
Yeah, because
it is just to
can you get us the Magistrates Court Act, please, where they tell us when and how is an interpreter appointed? There's a section there, is there not?
32 of 1934.
Let's read it. You have it, sir?
It's quickly before.
No, I wanted to clarify clarity in terms of it because it is important times the understanding because she said it might interpretation. That's what she said. Should we adjourn?
It's for my colleague will show it there. And we
Oh, you wanted to?
Yes.
Okay.
Go through it. The closest we can get to is section 112.
What does it say?
Section 112.
Sir, my lord, just to assist him, we can just adjourn for a few minutes. We'll get it and then we can blame it.
Yeah, you are the principal interpreter in this court. You should know how and when and why you were appointed, Mr. Jonas.
Hence I'm requesting to
You want us to adjourn?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay, adjourn.
Mr. Lee.
And what does that say? Just talks about certification.
Yeah.
Okay, I found an authority here which will cut across everything. This is the case of S. It's to everybody. S versus Kimbani, 1979, 16th March, Klute, JP, and Kanemeya. It talks about criminal procedure, evidence interpreted, direct evidence of an interpreter thereby recorded. No need to call the interpreter to confirm what he interpreted. If correctly recorded, prima facie proof referred to in section 35(1) of Act 1 of 5177 is elevated to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So, in other words, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, if this lady interpreted whatever, if it is recorded correctly, it becomes proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
My Lord, may I make my submission?
Yes.
Yes, please. My Lord, before I started the cross-examination, I inquired from the witness whether in the event there is ambiguity or double meaning
Yes.
attached to the sentence or paragraph, what is her role
Yeah.
in that fashion? I'm not challenging the appointment.
No.
Yes,
That's
my
got
Lord.
nothing to do with the appointment.
Yes. Since she was engaged to interpret
Right.
the wording in the pro forma,
Right.
what was conveyed to the deponent?
Fine.
My question is, if relevant, is that not susceptible to two meanings according to her?
Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
But you see what the law says here. It says if it is recorded prima facie, and subsequently it becomes proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So me and you can talk about it. When an interpreter tells the court what a witness is saying, then it is the direct evidence of the interpreter and not the hearsay evidence of the witness which is being recorded. And if correctly recorded, the prima facie proof referred to in section 235(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 is now elevated to proof beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, you can go on.
My Lord, may I not insist on,
No, go
on
on.
that particular question?
Go on the way you wanted to go on. I was just saying, this is what the authorities say.
All right. Sorry, ma'am, can you please, for the...
Oh, at the moment, yeah, because Mr. Jonas has gone to look for the law, which is elusive. So, Mr. Baloyi, what did you find? You said that's the nearest you could come to. What was it?
Well, it's just procedural issues like that the interpreter must take an oath and
No. Yeah, and then after that he's certified, after being trained.
yes,
Is that not so?
yes,
That he's duly appointed as an interpreter of the court,
yes.
right? And thereafter?
And the utilization of the court interpreter as a court official. Section 6 of the Magistrate Court Act mentions subsection 2 if in a criminal case evidence is given in a language with which the accused is not in the opinion of the court, sufficiently conversant, a competent interpreter shall be called by the court in order to translate such evidence into a language with which the accused professes or appears to the court to be sufficiently conversant. Irrespective of whether the language in which the evidence is given is one of the official languages or of whether the representative of the accused is conversant with the language used in the evidence or not. As I say, these are just merely
Were you aware of this decision? The one I've just read. Kembani.
Procedural matters. Not in those exact
Okay.
exact
Yeah, fine, fine. Yes, Mr. Jonas.
Apologies for that, my lord.
Have you found something?
Everything is done under pressure, not as in complete, because I had to go to the library and wait for them. So
But you must give whatever you found to Mr. Baloyi, not me. Because me, I've already found the answer. Yes, educators.
Well, the research that Mr. Jonas has embarked upon has delivered the following.
Yeah.
It's referring to section 35,
Yes.
subsection 3 of the Constitution,
Yes.
and subsection K. So it's 35(3) K, which encompasses the fair trial rights of the accused to be tried in cases to be tried in a language that the accused person understands, or if that is not practicable, to have the proceedings interpreted in that in that language. Then it's also given us the a blue booklet and this booklet refers to the official languages. I think that is basically all.
That's all, yeah. No, fine. Yes. Mr. Mgomezeli, you can go on.
Thank you.
On the basis that you wanted to go on. Don't say, I've cramped your style.
May when, especially when I ask you about a situation where there are two meanings that may be attached on, in relation to this paragraph, did you not encounter a double meaning to be attached on this particular paragraph?
No, my lord.
Ukuthi ke le paragraph ibifundiwe ke la echaza khona ke ukuthi ngiwumanje angibandakanyeki kuphenyo angisebenzi namaphoyisa nokuthi ngakhuluma ukhululekile angibona bili lokho.
All right, the last question. I'll take you back to the certificate again. Just your opinion, especially as the person who attached the signature. Was it not necessary to say a statement and whatever that has been said by the magistrate and the deponent? Was it not necessary to include the deponent because you were translating for both of them?
Well, I cannot comment on that, my lord, because this is a standard form. So I'm in no position to decipher or say what it should and what it should not have said.
Ukuthi ke iform lena kufanele ithini ingathini kufakweni kungafakwa ini akuminani ukuthi ngasho lokho ngoba ke iphuma ikanjena ke mina ngithola ingalendlela ibhalwe lokho kubhaliwe la.
I thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Thanks. Mr. Mnisi.
No question.
No wisdom coming from you. Okay, Mr. Ngumalo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chololo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. So, you've done your re-examination.
We have no re-examination.
You have no re-examination. It's Miss Muchapine.
That is correct.
You say you've been an interpreter for how many years? Both in the regional and district. 20?
Plus minus 25 years.
25
going
years.
to 26 in December.
And you're,
Ngeke
a,
25 ngeke 26 no December ngiyutolika.
and you're a senior,
Principal.
you're a principal.
That is correct, my lord.
Do you write exams to be a senior principal interpreter?
No.
It's just based on,
We go through an interview.
that's it. Who
Yes.
interviews you?
A panel consists of other principal interpreters,
Right,
cluster managers,
right.
Court manager.
and as well as court managers.
Court
yes.
managers.
Okay. Interview ke lena ke kuba court manager okhona ama cluster ke i-cluster yilona ke i-principal e-reporta kuyena kanye futhi namanye ke ama-principals abakuyona ke kuleyo panel leyo.
Has your interpretation ever been taken on appeal? Basically, you being accused of not having interpreted correctly
Not at all.
what
my lord.
a particular witness could
Not
have
at
said.
all.
Never, never, never.
Not at all.
Akaze kwenzeke ke ukuthi ke la engitolike khona ke ukuthi ke lindluliswe ke noma laqala noma ke ukutolika kwami ke kuyo appeal ukuthi cha angikaze ngitolike ngendlela ekuyiyona.
Yeah, just for your information, because I found a case where actually here an interpreter, this case was in 1979, it was reported in 1979. Apparently this interpreter was accused of having misinterpreted something, because they didn't quote what he allegedly said and what counsel for the accused was contesting. And they just quote here, they say, in the instant case, it is clear that the accused is Foster speaking and that he made a statement, that is Exhibit A, like here in our case, in the language that it was translated into English. It is also clear that he gave evidence in the criminal trial in Xhosa, that his evidence was translated into English, in which language it was recorded. Right? Then this is what the two judges say. It was a review. When the matter came before me on review, I caused the following query to be sent to the magistrate. By reason of section 235 of Act 51 of 77, the certified copy of case RC 54/78 is admissible as prima facie proof that the matter purported to be recorded there was correctly recorded. However, in the case, the accused the accused gave evidence in Xhosa, which is interpreted into English, in which language it was recorded. It was not necessary to call the interpreter to prove that that evidence was correctly interpreted. And the ratio which is elicited in this case is that when an interpreter tells the court what a witness is saying, then it is direct evidence of the interpreter and not the hearsay evidence of the witness which is being recorded. And if recorded correctly, the prima facie proof referred to in section 235(1) of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 77 is now elevated to proof beyond reasonable doubt. That's what the law says, not me.
Ufunda icala ke athi yila echaza khona ke ukuthi uma kunobufakazi obethulwayo ukuthi ubufakazi obuqoshwayo noma obuthathwayo ke akusibona lo bufakazi obushiwo uyena lo ofakazayo, kodwa lokhu ke okushiwo utolika bese kuyathatha kuba ubona ke ubufakazi obubekwa ke noma omamukelekayo noma oburekhodwayo ke ngaphambi kwayo inkantolo.
Right, one other aspect for my clarification. Ms. Cronje testified that the interview took about 3 hours. That is,
It is possible, my lord.
and were you present from the beginning up to the end, or was there a stage when the interview was stopped and maybe you went to bathroom, whatever?
No, my lord. We ran throughout that whole period.
Throughout.
Nobody requested a bathroom break or anything. We just proceeded all the way.
Kungenzeka ukuthi manje kuba eshilo ke uMiss Cronje ukuthi kwathatha amahora ukuthi la amahora awu3, kodwa akekho umuntu ngisho nami ke noyedwa owacelaka ukuthi ake kumiwe nje kancane ahambe ke aye ngasendlini encane noma ke aye ke ngase bathroom saqhubeka ngaso sonke leso sikhathi.
Was there any stage where Mr. Tanzi queried the presence of the alleged legal representative?
Not at all, my lord.
Never.
Never.
Asikho nje isikhathi nakancane noma nesodwa la ke umnumzana uNtanzi aba nenkinga ke nalo yamlisa owaye athi kummeli ukuthi ubukhona bakhe ukhona lapho ngani akaze kwenzeke lokho.
Okay, any questions arising?
None.
None. Yes, sir. None.
No questions, my lord.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
It's almost time for the long adjournment. Can we resume then at 2?
At 2. Okay, fine. 2 o'clock then. Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
As the court please, my lord, at this point, the state would like to tender evidence of a pointings out.
Is that so?
Indeed, my lord.
In respect of which?
In respect of accused number one.
Okay.
The names on the pointings out form correspond with those of accused number one.
Okay. Number one.
Yes, number one.
Only at the stage.
Yes.
Mr.
The-
Ngumezulu.
The admissibility thereof has been challenged on the grounds to be laid by the defense. We will then stand down for the defense to lay down the ground on which they challenge the
Yes.
the pointings.
Yes, Mr. Ngumezulu.
Court please, my lord. My lord, the grounds for the objection or for the challenging of the admissibility thereof is that on the 5th of June 2020,
Yeah.
the accused was transported from Valeria
Was transported?
from Valeria police station.
Villaria Police
Valeria
Station.
police station
Yeah.
to Fort Loras,
Right.
and he was subjected to torture and assault by the TRT
By?
police,
Yeah.
who then took him to Albertine.
Mm-hmm.
After that, he was, according to his instruction, he was instructed to point out the place where the incident took place. After that,
Right.
he was transported from Albertine
Yeah, to point out
to
a certain
the-
place.
to a certain place.
Yeah. Okay. What is he pointing out? A certain place.
A certain place.
Okay. Is that how you want to put it?
That's my instruction.
Yeah. No, fine. I'm just.
My lord, according to his instruction, it was not made freely and
The
voluntarily.
pointing out.
That's
Is
correct.
it a pointing out or pointing
Pointings.
outs?
Pointings out or
So
pointing.
they send him to one place or two places or three places or
It was only one
one
place. my
place.
lord.
One place. But I see you're using the plural, pointing outs.
May
Pointing out one place. I say, let's do this again.
I ask this? May I withdraw that S?
No, I'm not saying withdraw.
Okay. The S, the plural form.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
one place.
One place.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Sorry, my lord, if Mr. Ngumezulu is busy, let me take instructions from accused number.
Okay, fine.
It is his instruction further, my lord, that he was never explained of his constitutional rights.
Yeah.
And it's my further instructions that he signed the pro forma, and he was forced to do so,
Forced to sign it.
forced to sign the document.
Okay.
May I take an instruction, my lord?
Yeah.
Akamzuzuka Mr. ummeli wakhe esakhulumisana noMr. Kamsipile uthi-ke awuvumelani-ke nalokhu njengoba umbuso uthi-ke uzohola ubufakazi manje bokuthi kukhona la wena owahamba wayokhomba khona-ke ummeli wakho uthi cha nivumelani-ke nalokho ngoba-ke uthi awuzange ukwenze lokho kuphuma kuwena washaywa-ke wase uthathwa usiwa endaweni ethize la okwathiwa-ke khomba khona futhi-ke nalapho-ke uma usayinda lapha lokho kwakusayinda akusayindanga ngoba kuphuma wena ukuthi-ke waphoqwa ukuthi ukwenze lokho.
My lord, may I make a slight correction
Yeah.
on the instruction where the accused was taken from. He was taken from Alberton
Alberton,
to a certain place.
from Alberton to a certain place.
That's correct, my lord. And from that place to the hostel.
And from that place to
To the hostel.
which hostel?
That's correct.
To the hostel.
To the hostel, Basutu hostel.
Oh, I see.
Yes, to be
Basutu hostel.
specific.
Where is Basutu hostel?
It's in Foslorus.
Okay, fine.
nokuthi ke wathathwa ke e-Alberton wasiwa ke endaweni ethize suka kuleyo ndawo ethize wasiwa ke e-hostel okuyibasutu hostel ese-Foslorus.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Mnisi, then there's a precursor here, ne? Are there? Because the precursor states that there is a dispute relating to the admissibility of the pointing out. The court then declares that this dispute should be adjudicated within a trial within a trial. Is that so, sir? Okay. Yes, Mr. Yaloi.
As a court, please, my lord. The pro forma regarding the pointings out has already been handed up as Exhibit GG.
Exhibit GG.
Yes.
Where is it? Have you
It was
given
in-
it to me?
Yes, in the file.
You can go on.
There's nothing contentious about the pro forma. I've invited my learned friends to make any reductions, but they haven't availed themselves of that opportunity. But they say there's nothing contentious about.
Is that so, Mr. Mgumuzulu? There's nothing contentious about the pro forma?
That's correct, my lord. That's the position.
Okay.
My lord, I have not seen the document that has been handed to court to see if the papers have been removed, my lord.
Is it in the file, the exhibit file?
Indeed, my lord. The statement was removed.
Is this?
Yes.
It has been removed.
Yeah, the statement has been removed.
So Ms. Mutoro wants to see that as a fact.
Thank you, my lord.
Only the pro forma was handed up.
Have you attached it when you say it was handed out?
Yes, my lord. Exhibit GG.
It's not here. Let me find you out. Is it here? Oh, it's here. Okay. It's here.
You can always
Exhibit
find-
GG.
Yes.
Those. It's not here. Look into that.
We have a spare copy there.
Yeah, show it to your,
We can
to your,
really show
to your sister.
My lord, it's also a problem if it was handed before the witness testified to court. I doubt, my lord, I can't recall it being submitted to the court, but subject to
That's
court.
why I say I don't have it.
Yes.
So this is the one, GG.
My recollection was that it was also
It's the first time I see it, but Mr. Ngomezulu says there's nothing contentious about it. What does that mean, Mr. Ngomezulu?
My lord, there are no indications of self-incriminating on the statement itself.
There's nothing indicating self-crimination on the
Self-incrimination.
pro forma exhibit GG.
That's correct.
Yes, Mr. Cholo.
My lord, the one that I've just been given by the state, I've seen it. I confirm that those pages have been removed in this pro forma, my lord. The only document I've not seen is the one that has been submitted before this court.
What then?
The only document that I have not seen is the one that has been submitted, my lord, if those
To
pages.
the what? To the court?
To the court, yes.
Now, this court is bound by the law to tell the truth. Once you submit a document to this court,
Yes,
and it is a pro forma statement,
yes.
this court won't even want to see it. Not the type of judge who's going to sit with information which is not before the court.
Thank you, madam. So should we proceed with this document or the one that has already been submitted?
Just show Ms. Mshololo this.
Thank you, my lord, for the indulgence. I've seen the document, madam.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, this judge called Pratam Pache will never preside over a case where he sees a disputed document before it has been seen by the defense. Never, never.
As the court will.
Please.
I think there's also an ethical duty on the state not to submit any document that hasn't been proven, a statement that hasn't been
Yes.
proven. We will not do that now.
Yeah, okay.
My lord, photos 2 and 7 have already been handed up as annexure GG in brackets.
Photos? Even those photos, I haven't seen them. I'm starting to see them now, if they are here. Where are they?
Photos 2 to 7, they should form part of the bundle.
Just show me those. This court only deals with evidence which has been adjudicated upon and argued on. When I start preparing whatever. But what has never passed through the evidence of the court, I don't deal with it. Because there's no evidence predicating that. So, Mr. Mgomezulu, have you seen the photos?
I've seen a lot.
How many are they? Because I am only seeing, I'm going to see the photos now. I haven't seen them.
My lord, the photos that the state is intending to hand over is photo 2 to 7, but the photos that were
2 to 7.
2 to 7 for the purpose of this exercise.
Okay.
I see this an extra photo. Can I just remove it? Photo 1.
Where are the originals?
The originals are
Oh, they are with the.
with the witness.
Yeah. Okay, yes, Mr.
Then,
Lord.
my lord, the state begs leave to hand up additional photos as part of Exhibit GG1. It's photos 26 up to 31. They were previously also handed up to the defense.
So these photos are at GG Annexure 1.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. Okay.
They are in the bundle. We also have them available in soft copy. They will be shown should the need arise.
Yeah, but the point is, does the defense have them?
Indeed, my lord, they were given to the defense.
Okay, fine.
those formalities out of the way, my lord, the state then calls the next witness is Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe. This witness number 85 on the list.
Yes, sir, the witness in, Mr. Interpreter.
Full names and surname, yes.
Nkosukona James Hade.
Any objection in taking the oath?
No.
You swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth. Raise on your hand. Say so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you. Okay.
Is it correct that you are a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police?
Yes.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi nguyi-lieutenant colonel emaphoyiseni.
Where are you currently attached?
I am currently attached at serious corruption in Klerksdorp, my lord.
Manje-ke la engisebenza khona-ke ngisebenza ngaphansi-ke kwe-unit abayibiza ukuthi i-serious corruption e-Klerksdorp.
Can you put your career history on record? When did you join the South African Police?
My lord, I joined the South African Police Service in 1987.
Ngiqale-ke ukusebenza emaphoyiseni ngo-1987.
I went to training at Hammanskraal in 1988.
Ngo-1988 ngase ngiya-ke kuqeqesho noma-ke kwi-training e-Hammanskraal.
After my training, I was transferred to the detective services in Klerksdorp.
Emuva-ke kwayo leyo training leyo ngase ngiya-ke kwigatsha labaphenyi-ke noma labaseshi e-Klerksdorp.
Just a minute. Yes, may continue.
From Klerksdorp, I was transferred to the then Valrent Murder and Robbery Unit.
Uma ngisuka-ke e-Klerksdorp ngase ngithunyelwa-ke kule indawo-ke ngaphambilini abayibiza-ke ukuthi i-Val Murder and Robbery Unit.
Which year was that?
It was 1989-90, yes.
Okungo-1989 no-90 uma ngiya khona lapho-ke.
And for how long were you at Klerksdorp
1 year.
Police?
E-Klerksdorp-ke ngachitha unyaka owodwa.
Yes, and for how long were you at the Val Murder and Robbery?
At the Murder and Robbery Unit, I was there for 2 years.
Kwaba iminyaka emibili-ke ngise-Val Murder and Robbery Unit.
And then I was then transferred to Sharpeville Detective Services.
Ngase ngithunyelwa-ke kugatsha-ke lama-detectives e-Sharpeville.
And there I worked for about 3.5 years.
Kwase kuthi-ke iminyaka ewu-3.5 la ngasebenza khona-ke lapho.
And then, my lord, I was transferred to South African Narcotics and Alcohol Bureau, which was the then SANAP.
Ngase ngisiwa kuyilapho kwabathi-ke i-SANAP uma ngisuka khona lapho.
I worked at SANAP until year 2000, which would have been 3 years.
Lapho-ke ngisebenze kwaze kwashaya-ke u-2000 okwenza-ke ukuthi kwaba iminyaka emithathu.
I worked at SANAP for 3 years, and then SANAP was closed and we were all transferred to serious organized crime.
Wase-ke evalwa-ke u-SANAP sonke-ke sathathwa-ke sasiwa la khona-ke kubizwa ngokuthi-ke serious organized crime.
At serious organized crime, I worked for many years until I was promoted in Rustenburg.
Ngisebenze lapho-ke iminyaka eminingi-ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la esengihushikelwa khona-ke ngesikhundla hushikelwa e-Rustenburg.
I was transferred to Rustenburg in 2019. my lord.
Ukuya kwami-ke e-Rustenburg ngiye ngo-2019.
I've worked various sections within the serious organized crime, namely national priority violent crimes, drug enforcement section,
Just a minute.
Kusebenzeke kwindawo noma ke kuma unit amaningi ke phakathi lapho ke kuyona ke i-serious organized crime
and project investigations.
kanye nokuphenya ke ama projects.
And where were you based when you were attached to organized crime?
I was based in the Valrent, my lord.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ngangisebenzela khona ke eVal.
I just want to show you exhibit GG. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, my lord.
Uchichi lona ke uphambi kwami yebo ngiyabona futhi ngiyamazi.
That's which one?
As the notes on the pointing out of a scene that was completed by myself.
Lana ke ama notes la ekwakhonjwa khona ke kwindawo ke yesigameko abhala yimina.
Yes. Can you go ahead and read the contents of exhibit GG in the report?
On the form here, on the pro forma, it says notes on the pointing out of a scene or scenes and or points.
Lana ke kubhaliwe ukuthi ama notes ke pointing out noma la ekukhonjwa khona ke indawo yesigameko noma ke indawo zesigameko noma ke i-point noma ama point.
Just before you proceed, have you conducted pointings out before?
Yes.
Before this particular one?
Yes, my lord.
Bangasilona ke ihlandla lokuqala leli ke khona ke engake ngawenza ama pointing out.
How many more or less before this particular?
My lord, I think it's about 4 before this one.
Ngathi ke ayo 4 ngaphambilini ngaphambi kwayona lena ke pointing out engawenza.
Yes, you may proceed.
And then it says, describe the precise circumstances preceding the pointing out of a scene or point out.
Lana ke iyachaza ke noma ithi ke awuchazeke izimo ke ngaphambi kokuthi ke uhambe ke noma ke uyofinyelela kuyona ke le ndawo yesigameko noma ke i-pointing out leyo.
On 1, it says, who approached the officer to take charge of such pointing out?
Bese kunombuzo ke lapha yana ukuthi ubani ke ozeke kuyona ke officer noma ke uphoyisa lelo ke ukuthi libe yilona ke elihola leyo pointing out noma lokho khomba lo.
I then wrote Lieutenant Colonel Gininda from Head Office Detective Services.
Ngase ngibhala ke ukuthi uye Colonel Gininda obuya khona ke head office kwi detective service yabaphenyi noma yabaseshi.
The date, my lord, is 2020 0604, though I made a mistake on the form and wrote 0504.
I-date ke u-2020 0604 kodwa mina ngenza iphutha ke ngabhala 2020 0504.
The time was 1339.
Isikhathi ke u-1339.
And then on point 2, it says, how was the officer approached? And by telephone, personally or otherwise. I scratched personally and otherwise and left by telephone.
Bese kuba nombuzo ke ukuthi wasenziwa kanjani ke noma kwakhulunyiswana kanjani ke no-officer leyo ukuthi kwenze lokhu ngase ukuthi kweziwa ngokuyena mathupha noma ngenye indlela ngazicima ngazicisha lezo yimbili ngayisula kwatsala ke ngocingo.
And further, I wrote, can you please obtain a pointing out from an accused on my case?
Ngaqhubeka ke ngabhala ngafundeka ngale ndlela ungasiza yini ngokuthi ke uthathe noma wenzeke khomba noma ke i-pointing out kumsolwa ecaleni lami.
On point 3, it says, what were the exact words of the member of the force when he approached the officer to take charge of I did not write anything, my lord, because there was a lot of heckling regarding that. I had to end up going to sign for the accused myself.
Lapha kubhaliwe ke ukuthi walethwa ubani angibhalanga lutho ke lapho ngoba ke kwakunemushumushu nje eziningi mayelana nalokho kwadingeka ukuthi ngihambe ke ngiyomsayinela.
And I scratched it out, my lord, because there wasn't any interpreter.
Ibisechaza ke ukuthi ke station amaphoyisa eAlbertine utolika kuphela lapho ke engakusulaka noma ke engaku cima ke ngoba ke kwakungena interpreter eyayikhona noma utolika owayekhona.
Lieutenant Colonel, can you just maybe explain after you made entry in the occurrence book what happened? You said you made an OB and also an entry in the cells. What happened thereafter?
I received him and I cuffed him and I took him to office number 31 Albertine at Albertine SAPS.
Ngamkhipha ke lapho ngifake ke ozambosi ngase ngimusa ke kwi-office ke number 31 khona lapho eAlbertine SAPS.
Yeah, and just before you proceed, you say there was heckling. That's why you ended up going to sign out the accused himself. What do you mean there was heckling?
That's correct, my lord. No one was prepared to sign for the suspect, hand him to me, for me to continue and then later on bring him back, fearing questions of escapes and all that.
Kwakungekho umuntu wayimiseleke ukuthi ke ahambe ke ayomkhipha abese yamsayindela ke amlethe kumina ukuthi ke mase ngiqedile ngiphinde ngimbuyiseke ngokwesabela ke ukuthi mhlambe kungenzeka ke bekhona ke
There was a Sergeant Baloyi who was prepared to do that, but he was discouraged. Hence, I then decided to sign for the suspect myself.
Wayekhona ke uSergeant Baloyi owayemiseleke ukuthi angasiza ngakwenza ke lokho kodwa ke kwase kwenzeka ke ukuthi nje angakwenzi noma angasaqhubeka ke yiloko ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi bese ngiyahamba ke ngiyomkhipha ngokwami.
But there in the cells, who pointed out the accused? The person to you?
The accused was not pointed out to me. He was alone in that portion of the cells. As I walked in, there were people that were guarding him, which were members of EMPD, if I'm not wrong.
Lapho ke akekho umuntu owangikhomba yena kwathi uyena ke lona kuleyo ngenye leyo ke ama-cells awayekona kwakuyena yedwa futhi ke kunabantu ke bebembhekile bemgadile ke uma ngithi iphutha ke abe-EMPD.
Yes, you may proceed with the form.
I show him my appointment certificate and his reaction is I confirm.
Okay, so ngase ngimkhombisa ke ngimtshengisa ke isitifiketi sami ke somsebenzi wasethi ke ayike cha ngiyabona ke noma ngiyasibona.
You say there was no use made of an interpreter. Can you explain to the court as to what was the reason?
The reason for not using an interpreter, my lord, is that Sibiya was speaking Zulu and I'm also Zulu.
Imbangela ke yokuthi kwangasetshenziswa ke utolika ukuthi ke uSibiya ukhuluma isiZulu nami ke ngiyumZulu.
can you just explain to the court how well conversant are you in isiZulu?
I am well conversant in isiZulu. I grew up in KZN in Newcastle.
isiZulu ngesikhuluma ke ngesikhuluma kahle futhi ngakhulela ke KZN eNewcastle.
And I still have a lot of relatives that I visit almost twice or thrice a year in KZN.
Futhi ke ngisenomndeni ke engisahambayo ke ngiyobabona mhlambe kabili noma kathathu ke khona kabili noma kathathu ngonyaka eKZN.
And isiZulu is my home language, and we were only allowed to speak isiZulu in my household. My father was very strict with it.
isiZulu ke ulimi lami ke lasekhaya ekhaya ke nje ubaba ke wayengakuvumi nje ukuthi sikhulume nje olulimi babuyisiZulu kuphela.
So I'm well conversant with isiZulu.
Ngakho ke isiZulu ngiyasikhuluma kahle futhi.
Thank you. May I proceed?
On the following page, it says, the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason for his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996, which is the Constitution. So, and then my answer is, yes, I was informed. And then he further explained that he was in custody on a drug dealing charge.
Wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi ingabe watshela yini ngembangela yokuboshwa kwakhe nanjengoba ke umthethosisekelo ke nomthethosisekelo u35 wakhe ke uAct 108 ka1996 usho uthi yebo ngatshelwa ke wabese eseqhubeka futhi engitshela ukuthi waboshelwani wathi ke ngiboshelwe icala lezidakamizwa.
The said person is informed of his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996. 1. The said person was informed of the right to remain silent. 2. He was informed that he has the right to remain silent and of the consequence if he does not remain silent. Number 3. He was also warned that he was not obliged to make any confession or admission might later be used against him. Number 4, he was also informed that he has the right to consult with a legal representative of his choice, and if he cannot afford the services of such legal representative, a legal representative can be appointed by the state. Number 5, if he is a minor, he has a right to be supported by his next of kin, guardian, / legal representative or any other person of his choice before he makes any statement, confession, admission or pointing out. And then I asked, do you understand the warning I have given to you? The answer is yes, I understand.
Kwase kuthi ke okulandelayo ke wase echazelwa ke namalungelo akhe ke anawo ke yakhona ke kuyena ke uSection 35 Act 108 ka1996 okokuqala ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angathula angasho lutho. Wase etshelwa ke ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi angathula nokuthi futhi ke imiphumela ke ingaba yini uma ekhetha ukuthi angathuli, nokuthi ke wase exwayiswa ke ukuthi akaphoqelekile ukuthi avule isifuba noma avume, nokuthi ke lokho kungathi ke kusetshenziswe ngakuyena nanjengobufakazi. Wase exwayiswa futhi ukuthi ke angakhulumisana nommeli oqokwe noma okhethwe uyena, nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke akafinyeleli ukuthi ke amkhokheleke loyo mmeli noma ukuthi akamafodi ke unelungelo ke lokuthi umbuso ungathi umkhokele noma ke umkhethele ummeli, nokuthi uma kuwukuthi ke uyingane esencane unelungelo lokuthi kube khona ke umuntu wakibo noma ke owomndeni ummeli noma yimuphi omunye umuntu okhethwe uyena
ngaphambilini kokuthi ke enze istatement leso avume avule isifuba nokuthi ayokhomba ngase ngimbuza ke ukuthi uyazizwisisa yini lezi xwayiso engikunikeza zona waphendula ke wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
Now, this law that you've quoted, Section 35 of Act 105 of 1996, which law is it? What is it commonly known as?
It's known as the rights of an accused person.
Lo mthetho ke mntwana bomthetho sihlomela lona ke u35 ka-108 1996 ke umthetho owaziwa ke noma omayela ke namalungelo omuntu owumsola noma umuntu oboshiwe.
Yes, but where does
Which
it
is
derive?
entrenched in the Constitution of the Republic.
Okhona ke kumthetho sisekelo ke we-Republic.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the
No,
peace.
Sorry, just before, just read the part. Do you understand the warning?
Okay, I then asked, do you understand the warning I have given to you? And the answer is yes, I understand.
Mbuza ukuthi isixwayiso noma izixwayiso lezi engikunikeza zona ngiyazwisisa yini? Waphendula kwathi yebo ngiyazizwa.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace, an officer in the South African police. He is warned that he is not compelled to point out any sins or point out on the sin or say anything about such sins. The said person is further warned that what he may point out or may say will be noted down, and photographs of the sin and pointed out will be taken and may later be used as evidence during a subsequent trial.
Wasetshela ke umuntu loyo ke ukuthi manje ke usephoneni ke balo obizwa njenge justice of the peace kanye futhi ke noyiphoyisa ke kuwona amaphoyisa aseNingizimu Afrika wase exwayiswa ke ukuthi akaphoqelekile ukuthi akhombe indawo noma yipi indawo noma ama points noma ke indawo nokuthi ke asho lutho mayelana nendawo noma indawo lezo wase etshelwa exwayiswa futhi ukuthi nayini noma yikuphi akukhombayo ke noma akushoyo kuzothi kubhalwe phansi kuthwetshwe izithombe zaleyo ndawo noma le indawo lezo noma ama points lawo azothi awakhombe bese kuthi ke kamuva ke kusetshenziswe njengobufakazi uma sekuqulwa icala.
Asked whether he knows, understands the warning given to him now, and the answer to this is as follows: I understand the warning.
Buziwe ke noma usebuzwa ke ukuthi uyazwisisa noma uyakwazi yini uyazizwa noma uyazazi yini lezi xwayiso ezinikezwa kuyena waphendula ke wathi ngiyazizwa izixwayiso.
He is further asked if he still wishes to point out the sins or point out, and his reply to this is, I still want to point out and give a statement.
Wasebuzwa ke ukuthi ke emuva kwalokho ke ingabe kuseyisifiso sakhe yini ukuthi ke akhombe ke indawo noma ama points wase ephendula ke ethi ngisafisa noma ngisafuna ukuthi ngikhombe nokuthi nginikeze ngestatement.
And on the following page, on number 1, it says, have you previously pointed out anything of a similar nature? The answer is no.
Wase ebuzwa ukuthi ngaphambilini usike wakhomba ke yini noma khona la owakhomba yini okufanayo ke nalokhu waphendula ke wathi cha.
Number 2, he says, if so, when, where, when, and to whom? And because there was none, I wrote not applicable.
Uma kunjalo ke uphi nini ubani ngoba ke besiphendulile ke wathi cha akukho.
The following is, were you in any way assaulted, threatened, or influenced by any person to point out sins or points? The answer is no.
Ngabe washaywa yini wesatshiswa yini noma ke kwaba khona ukugqugquzela yini noma ke kwaba nomthelela yini ukhona yini umuntu owaba nalo nomthelela yini ukuthi ke ukhomba indawo noma i-point noma ama-points waphendula ke wathi cha.
Do you have any injuries or bruises of any nature whatsoever? Can you show them to me? If so, please show them to me. And the answer is no.
Ingabe ukhona unako yini ukulimala noma manqeba noma ke nayo noma eyaluphike uhlobo uma kunjalo ke ngicela ke ungitshengise noma ungikhombiseke impendulo waphendula ke wathi cha.
Observations by the officer. What I did here was to request the member from local criminal record center to take pictures of the accused person.
Bese kuthi kubhaliwe lana ke ukuthi lokho okwabonwa ke iofficer ukusho ke iphoyisa ekuyimina engakwenza ke lana ukuthi icele ilunga ke laba LCRC the local criminal record center ukuthi lithwebule ke izithombe zakhe umsolwa.
But he is calm. That's what I wrote here.
Kodwa ke engakubhala ke lana ukuthi nje ngisho ukuthi ke cha wayengenabo ke ukutatazela owayenabo.
And who is the member from the local criminal record center that you requested to take?
It's Sergeant
photos of?
Mapakela from LCRC Albert.
Babu Sergeant LCRC Albertine yena ke lo wayithobula ithombe.
And which photos were those?
The photos are as follows, my lord. It's photo 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Ithombe ilezi ke u2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kanye no7.
We'll also just show them on the screen for the benefit of the accused. Can you just indicate which photo is it?
That is photo 2.
Number 2 there.
It's photo 3.
Showing what?
The accused facing the opposite side.
Umsolwa ke ebheke ngale.
And the first photo, photo 2?
It shows the accused facing to the front part, facing me, and the person taking the picture.
Itshengisa yena ke umsolwa ebheke ngakumina kanye nalo othobula ithombe.
Yes. Photo 3?
Photo 4 shows the accused with his clothes, the top clothes removed, and his bare chested.
Lesi ke isithombe sikhombisa ke umsolwa ke engagqoke lutho lana ngaphezulu.
Which also was to indicate of any injuries, that he did not have any injuries on his body.
Nalokho ke kwakuyinkomba ke ukuthi kwakungekho ke ukulimala noma amanxeba ayenawo emzimbeni wakhe.
Photo 5 shows the accused looking to the left hand side,
Lana ke tshengisa ke umsolwa ke ebheke kuhlangothi la ngaku left
still not wearing anything on top.
engagqokanga lutho ke la ngaphezulu.
And
Also,
the aim being?
the purpose is to check any injuries on his body.
Nala ubheka ke ukuthi khona yini ukulimala obakhona ke emzimbeni wakhe.
Photo 6 shows the accused facing the opposite direction without anything on top, showing that he had no injuries.
Lana ke umsolwa ke ebhekele futhi engagqokanga lutho ngaphezulu nokuthi ke akunakulimala ayenalo emzimbeni.
Photo 7 shows the accused facing the right hand side and without any top on, and also the intention was to check for injuries.
Lana ke inkhombisa ke ebheke ngakuhlangothi la ngaku right engagqoke lutho ngaphezulu nalapho ke ubheka ukuthi wayelimele yini.
Okay. Can get back to the form.
On point 10 it says, tell me how you sustained injuries. I wrote not applicable because he did not have any injuries.
Lana ke u10 uthi ke angitsheleke ukuthi walimala kanjani ngoba ke kwakungekho ke ukulimala kunalutho ebhaliwe lapha.
The following page, note down the following information. The vehicle of the SAP number, which is the vehicle that we used for pointing out.
Lana ke ise ithi bhala phansi ke lemininingwane elandelayo lana ke imoto lena ke esayisebenzisa noma esasihamba ngayo emaphoyisa.
The SAP number is BVL 755B.
Number yayo ke uBVL 755B.
the kilometer reading on that vehicle at that point was 80652.
nokuthi ke amakhilomitha noma imileage yayo ke kwaku 80652.
On driver, it's Warrant Officer Nailana.
Umshayeli ke kwaku warrant officer Nailana.
Passenger left front is Lieutenant Colonel Hatebe.
Ukuthi ki passenger ke hlangothela ngaku left ngaphambili uLieutenant Colonel Hatebe.
Passenger on the right back, there was no one, I wrote none.
Passenger ke kuhlangothela ngaku right emuva kwakungekho umuntu.
What was the position regarding the photographer? Was he traveling with you or separately?
He was traveling separately with another car.
Umthobeli ithombe yenake wayehambela ngenye imoto.
Passenger left back is Muzika Ukulelwa Stemba Sibiya.
Passenger ke emuva ngaku left kwaku umuzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Name of photographer is Sergeant Mapakela.
Igama lomthobeli weyithombe kwaku Sergeant Maphakela.
And we depart from Alberton SAPS.
Sasuka ke kuma station samaphoyisa sase Alberton.
Date 2020-06-05.
Date ke kwaku 2020-06-05.
Time returned 13:30 and the kilometers was 80690.
Isikhathi ke kwaku 1:30 13:30 amakhilometer uma sesibuya ke kwaku 80690.
You still remember what the time of departure was?
Yes, my lord. The time of departure was around 1300 hours.
Isikhathi esahamba ngaso noma esasuka ngaso ke khona lapho njengoba la kubhalwe esokubuya kwaku 1300.
Yes, you may proceed.
After conclusion of the pointing out of the scenes or points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scene or the point.
Emuva kokuthi seqediwe ke ukuthi kuyokhonjwa noma ukuthi akhombeke indawo noma i-point noma ama-point kwase ke ama-notes lawo ke ayafundwa ke afundelwa loyo ke ebekuyena ke obekhomba nokuthi ke aphinde futhi ahunyishwe noma atoliwe ke imibuzo ile mibuzo elandelayo ke manje ayibuzwayo ke lowo ebekuyena obekhomba.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said had been noted down correctly? The answer is yes.
Umbuzo ke ngabe wenelisekile yini ukuthi lokho okukhombile nokushilo ukuthi kubhalwe kahle ngendlela noma ngendlela ke ukusho ngayo impendulo ke yathi yebo.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out is your own version of what took place? The answer is yes.
Wenelisekile yini ukuthi lokho okukhombile yiloko okushiwo wena okuphuma kuwena mayelana nalokho okwenzeka impendulo yathi yebo.
Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? The answer is no.
Ingabe khona yini impendulo ke wathi cha.
Are you satisfied with the interpreter? The answer is not applicable.
Ingabe wenelisekile yini ngotolika wayengekho ke umhlolisi.
And the following page says, place Alberton, date 2020-06-05, time 14:20.
Ebese kuba kuthi ke indawo iAlberton, idate 2020-06-05, isikhathi 14:20.
And the signature, my signature, I placed my signature on where it says signature officer who conduct the pointing out.
Bese ngasayinda ke la ithi khona ke officer leyo kuba kuyona ke iyayihola i-pointing out.
I scratched out the portion of the interpreter.
Ngase ke ngihlisha ke lapha khona ke utolika.
And the deponent, did he append his signature anywhere on the document, exhibit GG?
His signature and thumbprint, I placed it on every page of the pro forma, my lord.
Ukusayinda kwakhe ke yena kanye futhi nesithupha sakhe ke khona ke ku-page ngayodwa yayo ke iform lena.
And on all the pages, and where on point 12, where it wants signature and right thumbprint of the person who pointed out the scenes, I placed his thumbprint and he also placed his signature there. Yes. Page 5, I think.
This is the one with the registration.
Yes.
Bese kuthi ke ku point 12 ila khona ke ingantela khona ke noma wayisayinda khona ke futhi ke asebeka khona ke isithupha sakhe kanye futhi nokusayinda.
And when was this done? When was the signature and thumbprint appended?
On the same day of the interview, of the pointing out, my lord.
Lokho ke kwenzeka ngaleli langa ke akhomba ngalo ukuthi ke sayinde futhi abeke nesithupha sakhe.
But was it after the conclusion of going through the form with him, or at what stage was it?
After having gone through the form, that is what we did in terms of his signature and the thumbprint.
Kusemuva kokuthi ke iform lena ke sibheke yonke ke manje khomsana noma ngifunda iform yonke ila bese ngicela khona ukuthi abeke isithupha sayinde futhi.
But paragraph 12 refers to after the conclusion of the pointings out.
Yes, my lord. Paragraph 12 comes after we have went and came back. That is when he will then place his thumbprint.
Paragraph 12 ke ukhuluma ngathi sesihambile ke sasibuya ke ila khona manje sebeka khona isithupha sakhe asayinda futhi.
Which will then be in confirmation of his satisfaction about how the pointing out was conducted.
Lokho ke okuzoqinisekisa ke manje ila esenza isiqinisekiso sakhe ke sokuthi ke wenele noma wenelisekile ke mayelana nendlela ke eqhube ngayo noma engiyithole ngakhona ke pointing out.
Were there any photos taken upon your return?
That's true. Photos were taken, my lord, and they are as follows.
Khona ke ithombe manje esetshenziswa ke for isikhathi sesibuyile ke.
That is from photo 26 to photo 31.
Kusuka kwisithombe u26 uyofika ke ku31.
Photo 26 shows accused whilst dressed,
Lana ke 26 ingenkathi ke esagqokile
facing my side or that of the camera.
ebheke ngakuyona ke i-camera noma mina.
Photo 27 shows him facing the opposite side.
U27 kuyomkhombisa ke ebheke le
He is still dressed.
usagqokile ke.
Photo 28 shows the accused without any top on. He is bare-breasted.
Lana ke u28 ila engagqokile ke phezulu.
Purpose is also to check on any other injuries that he might have sustained.
Nalana ke inhloso ukubheka ke ukuthi kusengenzeka ukuthi abe wayeke ulimele yini.
Photo 29 shows him facing the left side.
Bese kuthi u29 ke ubheke uhlangothela ngaku left.
Bare-breasted without any injuries.
Akagqokanga lutho phezulu futhi akalimele.
Photo 30 shows him facing the opposite side, bare-breasted without any injuries.
Bese kuthi ke u30 ubheke le akagqoke lutho akalimele.
Photo 31 shows him facing the right-hand side and without any injuries,
Bese
still
kuthi ke
bare-breasted.
u31 nalapha ke ubheke ngakuhlangothela ngaku right ke akagqoke lutho phezulu akalimele futhi.
Do you confirm the correctness of this document, Exhibit GG?
Yes, I confirm, my lord.
Ngaqinisekisa ke ukuthi ngempela ke le iqiniso ke le document lena u-GG.
And just one last aspect. In which capacity are you attached to the Klerksdorp serious corruption?
I'm the unit commander.
La engisebenza khona ke ngiyi-unit commander.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Yes. Mr. Mkomezulu, any cross-examination?
Court pleases me.
Court pleases, my lord. Sir, may I just confirm if during the interview of Mr. Spear, there was no any other person except yourself and him. Is that correct?
In the office, there wasn't anyone except him and me.
Kwi-office ke la engakhulumisana ngixoxisana khona-ke nomnumzana Sibiya kwakungekho omunye umuntu ngaphandle kwakhe nami.
All right. So, in other words, this means that there's no one that can be called to come and confirm what you have told the court just now. Do you agree?
That's true, my lord.
Yebo kuqiniswa ukuthi akekho ongabizwa-ke azoqinisekisa lokhu engiqeda ukutshela inkantolo.
Firstly, let's get in terms of proximity in terms of time. I'll get to the dates. You said you received a request from Colonel Kininda on
That's true,
on the 5th of June 2020. Is that correct?
On the 4th of June.
Kwakuyi-4 zikaJuni-ke nkathi sengicela uma sengithola isicelo kuyena uKenneth Dininda i-4 zikaJuni.
But according to this pro forma, as you have clarified, it indicates the 4th of May. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ngiyabona ukuthi yona-ke iform ibhalwe 4 May.
So in other words, this is not the correct date in which you received the request from Colonel Kininda.
Yes, hence my explanation to the court.
Yebo-ke yodwa lena-ke ebhaliwe lana kusiyona-ke yingakho-ke bese ngichazile-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke iphutha ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo.
Prior to the handing over of this document to the defense, and the defense had to consult with the accused. Do you understand it?
Yes.
Yebo-ke ngiyavuma ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi-ke i-document lena inikezwe-ke abameli kufanele ukuthi bahlale phansi bakhulumisane-ke nabasolwa.
When did you realize this mistake? Was it after you handed over this document to the defense, or on the day in which you conducted the interview?
My lord, that was after the defense had been furnished with the documents.
Ukuthi-ke ngizobona-ke iphutha leli kukamuva-ke kokuthi-ke abameli sebelinikiwe-ke i-document leli.
So in our consultation with the accused, it has been made clear that the 4th of May 2020 could not be the date in which you interviewed them. And what was the method or the way of rectifying it before it was handed over? Oh, sorry, it was handed over. You realize it after. But was there any other way that you could rectify it except correcting it under oath in court?
My lord, I submitted the documents to the investigating team on the very same day. I would not have had time to correct it. And if I had realized it that they corrected it the very same day. So I had no access to the document until I came for consultation.
I-document lena-ke ngase nginikeza ngayo-ke kwithimba-ke labaphenyi ngase sengekho-ke ithuba manje lokuthi sengalungisa-ke uma kuwukuthi kwakuyinto-ke engayibona ngaleso sikhathi noma ngalelo langa-ke ngangizolungisa-ke lelo phutha lelo-ke angiphindaka ngingahlangana nayo lena kwaze kwayisikhathi la esengizo-consulta-ke nomshushisi.
So you maintain you received a telephone call from Colonel Gininda on the 4th of May 2020 at 13:39, approximately 20 to 2.
My Lord, I received a call from Colonel Gininda on 2020-0604.
Mina ke ilanga ke ngathola ngalo ke i-call ke na Colonel Gininda kwaku 2020-0604.
It seems that you conducted the interview on the 5th of June 2020 at 20 to 2. That's the correct date in which you received.
That is not.
Ukuthi bona lona ke ilanga lelanga i-5 sika June engaba ne-interview nomsola ngalo.
I just want to correct the time because I can see you started with the first mistake of the 4th of May. The second mistake is on the time in which you received the request. You said 13:39.
Yes.
Ngibhalile ke la ukuthi ke isikhathi engathola noma ke isicelo safika ngalo u-13:39.
And on the same day, in paragraph, I'll just confirm it now. The second, wait, I beg your pardon. Is it the second page? You said you returned, you did not specify. You talked about the time you returned. Do you see that? You said 13:30.
Yes.
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi isikhathi esabuya ngaso u-13:30.
Was it the same day as the time you received the request from Gininda?
My Lord, it couldn't have been the same day. I said I received the call on 2020-0604. The following day I went and did pointing out.
Engikushilo ukuthi bengeke kube ilanga elilodwa ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngicelwa ke uyena uKenneth Gininda kwakuyi-4 zika June 2020 ngelanga elilandelayo ke ngase ngihamba ngiyokwenza yona ke i-pointing out.
At the time you received this call, where were you? At that time, when you received the call at 13:39 from Colonel Gininda, where were you exactly?
I was in my office at Rustenburg.
Office lami ke eRustenburg nkathi ngithola ke ucingo lolu oluya kuyena uKenneth Gininda.
So from Rustenburg, the following day you proceeded to Albertine.
That's correct, my Lord.
Base kuthi ngelanga elilandelayo ke ngase ngiya eAlbertine.
All right. Upon your arrival at Albertine, you said you came across, okay, let's just put it this way. The accused at that time was held in the police cells when you arrived.
That's correct, man.
Futhi ke ngalelo langa ngathi ngifika ke umsolwa ke waye kuma-cell ase-Albertine.
You will agree with me that this is the only police cells that is at Albertine is inside the CSC. Is that correct? Of Albertine. When you enter the CSC office, there's cells on your left hand side.
That's correct.
Yebo ke uma ungena ke CSC khona eAlbertine kunama-cells ekuhlangothi lakho la kwaShopmile.
There were no other cells other than that cell. Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Ukuthi kayingekho ke amanye ngaphandle kwalawo angazi.
So immediately when you arrived, what time was it when you arrived at Albertine? More or less.
I arrived at Albertine at around 11:30.
Isikhathi engafika ngaso ke eAlbertine kwaku-11:30.
Do you know where was the accused kept before you arrived at Albertine? Or which police station was he kept?
No, I don't, my lord.
Ukuthi ke wayegcine kuyiphi i-police station ngaphambi kokuthi ngifike eAlbertine ngoba ngikwazi.
So you won't dispute that the accused was transported from Valeria to Albertine police station on the 5th of the 6th month 2020. You won't dispute that.
Yes, I won't.
Angeke ngiphikiseke uma ethi ke wasuswa ke eVilleria police station nge-5 zikaJune wase esiwa ke eAlbertine.
If may I approach me? The accused is raising his hand. All right, let's just put it straight as per my instruction. Accused person was transported from Valeria to Fosloras police station, to Fosloras, where he was assaulted, he was tortured, and the nature of the assault was choked with a plastic bag in his face. Will you comment on that?
My lord, I don't have any comment on that, but I believe that he would have reported that to me.
Ukuthi ke wathathwa ke eVilleria wase esiwa ke eFostoras la ashaywa khona ke base bemfaka ke i-tube ngayo ke uplastic ebusweni akukho engakusho kulokho kodwa ke ngiyakholwa ukuthi ngabe ke wangitshela ke uma ukuthi kwenzeka lokho.
We'll reserve the issue of reporting to you, but I just want to narrate the instruction of accused number 1 severe. After he was assaulted from Fosloras, he was then taken to Albertine police station. Will you dispute that?
I don't know about that one.
Angazi lutho ke ngalokho ukuthi emuva kokuthi seshayiwe ke eFostoras wase esiwa ke eAlbertine.
All right. It's your evidence that no one handed over the accused to you. That's
Yes,
your
my lord.
evidence.
Yebo kubufakazi bami ke lokho ukuthi akekho umuntu owamdlulisela mina.
And the reason that you have advanced before this honorable court is a reason that cannot be supported by any person in relation to the fear of him escaping. That's not a genuine reason. Do you agree?
My lord, it is a genuine reason.
Lokhu kokuthi ke akekho owamdlulisela kumina ngoba ukuthi kwakuthi bayesaba ukuthi kufanele ngabaleka izathu leso ke engathi kumina ke siyazwakala noma sinento ke ebambekayo.
In terms of escape from lawful custody, when investigation is started, it starts with the person who signed for the accused
Uma
or a suspect.
uma kuwukuthi ke kunomuntu ke obalekileke umuntu lowo ke eboshiwe uqala leyo ke lokho kuqala ke ngomuntu lowo ekuyena osayindile ukuthi ke umsolwa aphume.
Sir, I will demonstrate to the court that the reason to say people, I would say the people, although it was not verbatim said by you, you said they did not want to account because they were scared of an escape. That's what you said.
Yes.
Ngishilo ukuthi ke akekho wayefisa noma wayefuna ukuthi ke abusayindeke amkhiphe ngoba ke usaba ke ukuthi ungabaleka.
And there was no attempt to escape when you arrived. He was under police guard. When you approached the SAPS Albertine, you said there were Metro Police officers that were there.
Yes.
Ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngifika lapho ke kwakukhona ke babembhekile futhi khona ke nabe EMPD.
What were the prospects of escape if that would be the reason for no one to account in the handing over?
My Lord, when a person is handed over to an officer for a pointing out or a confession, that particular person gets signed out by a specific person to hand over to an officer.
Uma kuwukuthi ke umuntu sorry uma kuwukuthi umuntu uzokhishwa ke lo muntu uzondlulisela ke ku-officer noma ke uya ke kwi-confession noma ke kwi-pointing out kunomuntu osayindayo ke amdlulise.
But in this case,
in case anything happens, the person who signed for the person will be investigated. So if police are scared of handing a suspect over to me who they had signed for, I see no issue there, hence I went and signed for him.
Uma kuwukuthi ke kunento eyenzakalayo loyo ke ekuyena osayindile uyena osayindile uphenyo luzoqala kuyena. Uma ke manje amaphoyisa ke enenkinga noma ke engafuni ke ukuthi asayinde ukuthi ke ubani ukhishwe uyena emaselini, angiboni kuudaba noma kuyinto ke etheni ke leyo, mina kwami ukuthi angihambe ke ngiyomkhipha mina.
According to me, it's a point of contention because it should have been indicated on that form the reason why there was no one to hand over the accused to you for the pointing out.
The form, my Lord, says the accused or the suspect was handed over to me by.
By who?
So there is no one who hands over the suspect to me. Hence, I scratched it out.
Iform yona ke uma la ngendlela ke bhalwe ngayo uthi umsolwa ke wase endlulisela kumina kodwa ke akekho umuntu owamdlulisela kumina ke ingakho ke leyo ndawo leyo ngayisula.
Sir, let us be practical and be realistic enough. You approach the SAPS, the accused person, you found him in the police cells. There are keys there. Who did they give you the keys to open for yourself and take out the accused?
My Lord, they did not open. They did not give me the keys. They opened for me.
Abamnikezanga ikhiya ke ibona abangivulela.
To do what?
To receive the suspect that they did not want to hand over to me.
Ukuthi ke ngamukeleke umsola loyo ibona ke bebengafuni ukuthi bamdlulisele kumina.
Does that not mean handing over, according to you? Because they let the doors open for you to gain access to him. Is that not handing over?
In terms of the pro forma, my Lord, the pro forma says he was brought to me by in my office. So he was not brought to me by anyone in my office, hence I did not complete it. I went and fetched him.
Ngoba le form ke ithi walethwa usibanibani ke emletha ehhovisi kumina ke akekho umuntu owamletha kumina ke ehhovisi ingakho ke kule yandawo kungabhalileke.
All right. I understand you are so fluent in Zulu. Accused is also coming from Kwanongoma. Is a Zulu speaker, and there was no need for an interpreter to be present. Is that what you are telling the court?
Yes, my Lord.
Ngiyala ke lenkantolo ukuthi isiZulu ngiyasikhuluma naye ke umsolo kuya ke Kwanongoma ingakho ke sasingekho isidingo ke sokuthi kube ngutolika.
But the pro forma is written in English.
Yes, my Lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ke iform yona ke ibhalwe nge-English.
And you had no dual responsibility to interrogate and to interpret at the same time, especially translating from English to Zulu. Do you agree?
My Lord, we communicated in isiZulu. I wrote in English. I read the document to him, and we agreed what I wrote was the true reflection.
Sasikhuluma ke ngesiZulu, mangibhala mina ke ngibhale ngayo so ke isiNgisi noma ke ngibhale ngayo ke English, ngamfundela ke sasivumelana ukuthi yebo lokho engikubhalile ke mina ke kungaleyo ndlela ke noma kuyiqiniso.
My Lord, may I approach the prisoner? Thank you, my Lord, for your indulgence. Let's just quickly correct this thing. You said Mr. Spear was coming from, or he told you that he was coming from Gwanongoma.
Yes.
Yebo ngajela uyena ukuthi ubuya kwaNongoma.
But that is incorrect because you just told me that he is from Emashabatini. Was he misleading you?
It means he was.
Kusho ukuthi ke wangikhohlisa ke uma ukuthi manje uthi yena ubuya emahlabathini.
So let's get back to the issue of an interpreter. Hence we said the pro forma was made in English and you assumed the duties of an interpreter. And you are not an interpreter. You are a police officer, a justice of peace as you have indicated. Is that correct?
My Lord, in assuming the interpretation, I do not understand what Mr. Mgomezulu expect me to say. I'm saying to this court, I communicated with the accused in isiZulu, completed a form that was in English, read it back to him, and he was satisfied.
Angazi ke ukuthi usho ukuthini ke umnumzana Mngomezulu uma ethi ke kathatha ke umsebenzi ke kaTolika ngoba ngishilo ukuthi ngangikhulumisana ke naye kumsola ngesiZulu iform lena ke ibhalwe ngayo ke English ngase ngimfundela yona ke sase siyazwana ukuthi lokho ngikubhalile ngempela ke kuyiqiniso.
In this form, what is of paramount importance prior to the pointing out or pointings out was to explain the constitutional right of the accused. Is that so?
That's true, my Lord.
Iqiniso ukuthi kusemqoka ke lana kuyona ke le form ukuthi ke uchazeke noma umchazeleke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo ngomthetho sisekelo.
Among other rights that you have explained, right to remain silent, I'm happy with that. Right to legal representative, I'm happy with that. Right against self-incrimination. Sorry, may I confirm that? Right to Thank you very much. Say, from the right to remain silent, you even explain the consequences of not remaining silent.
That's true.
Kuloko bokuthi ke angathula angasho ukuthi ngimtshela ke nokuthi imiphumela ukuthi angathulike ukuthi iyini.
But what I fail to understand from the rights that you have explained to him is the response that you got from the accused. The answer was, yes, I understand. Do you understand? Is there anything else he said other than, yes, I understand?
If there was anything else, my Lord, I would have mentioned it on the document.
Ngaphandle kwaleta ke impendulo ebhalwe lana ke ukuthi yebo ngiyezwa uma kukhona okunye awayekushilo ngabe ke ngikushilo ke lokho.
Say, let us be realistic. You are asking, you are informing the person about his rights. That person, after he has been informed, you're the one who owes such an explanation to him. He says to you, yes, I understand. So you expect him to say something, yet the answer, yes, I understand. You make no follow-up to say, what do you understand and what is your answer from what you understood? You don't make a follow-up on that one. You are happy with the answer.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke kwangangilinde lokunye noma asho kunye yebo mina nganyaniseka ke uma ethi yebo ngiyezwa.
I will take it as a no, he did not understand because you did not make a follow-up in terms of what was he going to respond on what you have read to him.
My Lord, my communication with the accused after I had explained to him was, do you understand the warning I have given to you? And he said, yes, I understand.
Ekhulumisana kwami naye ke imuva ukuthi ngimchazele ngimbuza ke ukuthi uyasizwa yini esixwayiso wathi yebo ngiyasizwa.
That will never change the context of my question. My question is, the positive answer is said, yes, I understand. But you never made an obligation to say, what do you understand from these rights that I've explained to you? And you never solicited any answer from that answer to say, I understand.
My Lord, there was no reason for me to further inquire because I read the rights, all of them, to the accused.
All right.
If he says he understands what I informed him of.
Kusasingekho ke isidingo sokuthi ngiphinde kubuze okunye ngoba ke amalungelo ngamfundela onke wase esho ke ukuthi ke uyezwa uzwa lokhu mina engimxwayise ngakho noma engimfundele kona.
Let me give you an example. He says, yes, I understand the right to legal representation. What was after he understood? Sorry. My Lord, it has been indicated that it's time to adjourn for the next day.
So long you got time?
Just after 15:30, we can adjourn.
Colonel, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, my Lord.
From Rustenburg, you travel from Rustenburg?
No, I'll be at home in Gauteng. Yeah.
How you got? Okay. I was going to ask about the potholes. Okay, tomorrow.
Thank you, madam.
Let's check.
Yes.